The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.
Council President, jury, and also President, thank you for being here really on time and very impressive, very impressive. We're going to interrupt the testimony of Detective Roberts, allow the people to call a witness out of order. You may call your witness.
Thank you. The people call Christopher Austin.
Please swear the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, if you can face me and raise your right hand if you can. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, can you say and spell your first and last name, please?
Christopher Austin, CHRISTOPHER. Austin, AUSTIN.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, on October 2nd, 2024, were you arrested in Vancouver, Washington for the murder and conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Were you then extradited or brought to Los Angeles court system on October 17th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to Los Angeles, then, have you been represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your attorney in court today with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say with you, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had opportunities since you've arrived in LA on October 17th to have multiple conversations with your attorney and seek his advisement as well?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney brought you clothes today to wear?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not provided by the prosecution, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On January 17th of 2024, did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team?
What was the date again, please?
January 17th, 2024. 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team to plead to a count of second-degree murder, which is a violation of Penal Code Section 187A, and that's the murder of Fabio Sementilli, as well as admitted that you personally used a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1?
Yes, ma'am.
And you entered that plea in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And that plea was negotiated with the prosecution, and your sentence then, if you testify truthfully, and we'll go through some terms of that in a bit, you understand your sentence to be 15 years to life in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently serving time right now in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you transported here then from a county jail facility while you're awaiting transport to start your sentence for prison?
That is correct.
Did you also sign a document with the prosecution and your attorney on January 31st of 2025 with some terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
Let me mark as People's 247 a document entitled It's an agreement then that you will testify truthfully, honestly, and that includes not omitting any facts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 247 up on the screen then, it's entitled, they mark it as 247 Agreement between the people of the state of California and Christopher Austin.
Now it's marked, yes.
Thank you. Okay, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going through this, it states the terms that you agree to cooperate fully in the investigation and prosecution of the case involving the murder of Fabio Sementilli by truthfully providing all information which you know or come to know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 2, and I won't go through all of them, but it's documented here that the requirement is that you tell the truth, the whole truth, you don't omit any facts to the best of your ability. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of your testimony, then, it's up to the judge to decide if you testified truthfully or not and upheld your end of the bargain, basically, to get that. And I spoke incorrectly. It's 16 to life sentence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If it's determined that you did not testify truthfully by the court, then you understand that that agreement is off the table, basically, and you can be sentenced to the maximum sentence in this case for a first-degree murder. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Let's start about a little bit about your background then. How old are you right now?
39.
And what is your date of birth?
1/20/86.
What is your height and weight?
5'7", 204.
Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
Can you explain then your employment prior to your arrest on October 2nd of 2024? What did you do for a living?
I worked with high-risk youth, and my title was Juvenile Parole and Probation Officer for the state of Oregon.
What did you do specifically working with high-risk youth?
Monitor, supervise, hold them accountable, mentor, find them programs if they needed to have programs, try to reunite them with their family, give them coping skills, find them resources, help them get jobs, help them find housing, whatever I could do to help them stay out of the system.
How long had you been working for the state of Oregon prior to your arrest?
4 years.
And what did you do before that?
I worked for the state of I worked for DHS as an IDD home, intellectual disability for adults.
What is DHS?
Department of Human Services.
And what did you do for them then?
A lot, so rule.
Typically, I was assigned to a particular client, made sure that they got their medications by the 5 rights, took them out for outings, how'd them, we'd go to the grocery store and we'd teach them how to shop, and then I'd take them back to the house and cook, and then we'd all eat together. Sometimes we play cards, video games. When they were stressed, I made sure that we took another walk if that's what they wanted to do.
How long had you been working there prior to the time that you spent working for the state of Oregon Juvenile Probation Department?
3 months?
Prior to your arrest on October 2nd, 2024, did you have any prior convictions?
No, ma'am.
And where were you born and grew up?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Do you still have family in North Carolina?
Yes.
At the time of the arrest, were you married or are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Chloe Austin.
Does she currently reside then in the state of Washington or Oregon?
Washington.
And did you have a daughter?
Yes.
Or do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How old is she?
3.
People's 14 up on the screen. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
Have you known Robert Baker a long time?
Yes.
What's your background on when you first met him?
Probably in middle school when I met him, officially.
Was that in
Maybe
North
before.
Carolina? Sorry.
Maybe before.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes.
And how did you meet him in middle school?
My dad.
Can you explain that?
They grew up together in the same neighborhood I grew up in. So he would come in from time to time, say hello, meet with my dad, hang out, then leave.
So he was one of your dad's good friends?
Yes.
And then did you become friends with him in your adulthood?
Before that, but yes.
Did you have a term that you referred to him as?
Yes.
What is that?
I called him Unc, short for uncle.
Were you aware that Robert Baker was arrested with Monica Sementilli on June 14th of 2017 for murder?
Never mind, I strike that.
I'm usually wrong.
Yes.
How did you find out?
How did I find out? Oh, I got a phone call.
From who?
Birdsong.
213, is that who you know to be Birdsong?
Yes.
Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you have a name that you refer to him as?
I called him Unc too.
You call him Unc
Yes.
also. That term Unc, does it have any particular meaning?
It's like family. Anybody that takes care of you.
Did you consider, first of all, did you consider Baker family?
Yes.
Did you consider Birdsong family?
Yes.
And we'll get into Birdsong in a little bit, but after Robert Baker was arrested, did you ever talk to Baker while he was in custody?
I might have. I don't really remember talking to him. I remember talking to him prior.
How much prior?
A few times.
A couple times prior to the arrest?
Yes.
Okay. But after he was arrested, you don't recall whether you talked to him at all?
No.
What about, did you ever visit him in jail?
No.
last time that you would have talked to Baker, do you know when the last time was you talked to Baker?
When he dropped me off at the bus station.
Is that when you were in Los Angeles in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the last time you saw him,
Yes, ma'am.
but that's not the last time you talked to him.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, we'll get into that. I want to go back to the years of when you first started working or met with Baker back in around 2006. Did you work with Baker?
Yes.
Can you explain what you did with him as far as work?
I drove him around, went with him to meetings, deposited checks, moved, whatever he needed me to do.
What year time frame did this span?
Oh, 06 to 08, maybe. Yeah,
So,
and in between sometimes.
how old were you at that time? 19.
19.
And is Rob older than you then?
Yes.
How much older?
Same age as my dad, I guess. I'm not a math guy. 30 plus years older than me.
Okay. So did you work for him then approximately 3 years?
Yes.
When you, the jobs that you described, were you more or less an assistant for him?
Yes.
What kind of industry was he working in?
Adult film industry.
Is that like porn business?
Yes.
Okay. When you worked for him during the years of 2006 to 2008, what city did you work in? Were you in Los Angeles or another city?
Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks.
Okay. And did you ever live with Baker?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
The whole time I lived here.
And what is the whole time that you lived here? What does that span?
From the time I landed in 06 to the time I left in 2008.
Where did you live?
I remember we lived in Las Vegas and Los Angeles and Sherman Oaks.
Did you live in 3 different residences with him?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, where did you live first? Was it Los Angeles?
It was Las Vegas. I landed in Vegas and I was there for a few months, and he had a house there. And then he went back to LA and said, we're going to go back to LA. And I was like, okay. And that was an apartment. And then we moved to a house off from Catherine.
Okay.
Catherine.
In Las Vegas, did you just live with Baker?
No, he was married.
Who was he married to?
Nikki Baker.
I'm sorry?
Nikki Baker at the time. Yes.
And you lived in Las Vegas when you first got here in 06 with Baker and Nikki. And how long did you live in Vegas?
Few months.
While you were there, did you work as basically his assistant driving things you mentioned?
Yes.
Did the 3 of you then all move back to Los Angeles?
Yes.
During that stint or that time frame, did you know Alfred Birdsong?
No.
When you moved back to Los Angeles, the 3 of you, did you move into a house together again?
Yes.
And which house was that?
Catherine House.
On Catherine Street?
Yes.
Is that in Winnetka?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it?
Was it the Valley?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you live in that house, the 3 of you?
About a year and a half.
Did the 3 of you then again move together to another house?
Yes.
And where was that one? That was
The
where?
Winnetka. That
Okay.
was Winnetka. The Winnetka house.
And how long did you live together until 2008 when you moved?
Yes.
All right. What was your relationship? I know you stated you considered him family, but can you describe your relationship with Robert Baker?
Yeah, when I moved there, he said, I remember the first thing he said, welcome home, I guess it was a joke. But over time, he built a rapport with me as a friendship, got me to do like all kinds of stuff, driving, meeting all kinds of people, club owners, managers, business people, So I was just soaking it all in. I didn't know anything, so I just really just soaking it all in.
Did you trust him?
Absolutely.
The phone number that you used to reach Baker during this time frame, was it the 213-272-1093 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was how, during that time frame, you communicated with Robert Baker?
Yes.
Where did you move from? Did you move from North Carolina straight to Los Angeles or Las Vegas?
North Carolina to Vegas.
Okay. When you came out here and Rob said to you, welcome home, or words to that effect, were you aware of his prior criminal record?
No.
Did you know that he was a sex registrant, meaning he had to register as a sex offender for a crime that he had committed, an assault on a minor?
Not until later.
When
So
later?
I didn't know that right away.
When did you find that out?
Probably toward the middle of 07.
Did you know that he had a probation officer
I found that out then too. Yes.
in 07?
Yes.
Did you know he had gone to state prison?
Yes.
Did you also find out in 07?
A little bit after the probation officer thing, yes.
Okay. Up on the screen, Al Birdsong, I want to talk about when is the first time that you met him. Can you describe that?
I remember Baker saying that a buddy of mine's gonna come live with us, try to help with the business. You're gonna like him. And he moved in, took a liking to him immediately. He showed me around, taught me some things, and that's how that relationship developed.
Where were you living when you say that Alfred Birdsong moved in with you and Baker?
The Catherine house.
In Los Angeles.
Yes.
So at that time, was it you, Baker, Nikki, and Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How long did that last?
About 6 months to a year.
At some point then, did Alfred Birdsong move out?
Yes.
Where did he move, if you know?
Las Vegas.
Did he buy a house there, if you know?
I believe so.
Did you ever visit Alfred Birdsong in a house on Timberline in Las Vegas at a later date?
Yes.
Did you travel to Las Vegas then with Baker multiple times?
Yes.
When you would go there, did you stay at this house that Alfred Birdsong had on Timberline?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you stayed there?
Maybe 5, a few times, however long I would come to visit.
So you went approximately 5 times?
About that.
That's fine. What years did that span when you would go with Robert Baker to Vegas and see Alfred Birdsong, or stay at Alfred Birdsong's house?
We'd be there for like a couple of days, and then we'd go back, and then if I came back to Vegas, I would pop in and say hello, hang out for a little while, stay for a night, and then leave again. So probably about a handful of times.
What was the purpose of why you were going to Vegas? Was it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually.
I'm sorry?
Usually.
Work, and sometimes you just went to Las Vegas for fun?
Yes.
So,
Do you know what Alfred Birdsong did for a living?
Security of some sort, high-end security. I know he was former military. I forget his title,
Did you
but it was up there.
I'm sorry?
But it was up there. I forget his title.
You know him to be former military.
Yes.
Did you know Rob Baker to be former military as well?
Yes.
Did Baker ever talk to you and use the phrase protocol, those kind of words?
Every now and again, I would hear that.
Did you know what it meant?
Not at the time.
When you say not at the time, do you know what it means now?
Yes.
so
What does it mean to you?
Protocol is procedure, how things are supposed to go, how things are supposed to go.
How things are supposed to go
Yeah,
as in advanced planning?
yes,
Did you know Birdsong to work for Homeland Security?
yes.
But you didn't know what he did necessarily, specifically?
No, I didn't really ask.
Okay. Are you, well, up until your arrest, were you still in contact with Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How so?
Just phone call or text.
Do you know, does he still live in Las Vegas?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know where he lives?
Texas,
So overruled.
Texas?
Texas.
Okay. The whole time that you said a phone and text, is that correct?
Yes,
So you talked to him live on the phone and you text him?
yes.
Does he still have his same 702 number?
I believe so.
And that was the number you contacted him on, 702? Okay. Did you, well, let me ask you this. In 2008 then, did you, when you left LA, where did you move?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Why did you move to Anchorage, Alaska?
Change of scenery, help my brother
Why did you need to help your brother?
with, well, he needed some help with my nephews, so that's what I did.
Did anything happen between you and Robert Baker that caused you to move to Anchorage?
No, I don't think so.
So your relationship was fine when you left?
Yeah, I would say yes.
When you moved to Anchorage then in 2000, well, what year was that? I'll let you answer. Was that 2008?
Yes,
Did you maintain contact with Baker?
yes,
Did you talk to him on the phone?
yes,
Did you text with him?
yes,
That same number we already talked about?
yes,
Did you ever come to visit him in Los Angeles?
yes,
When you came to visit him in Los Angeles, did you ever go then on a road trip to Las Vegas?
yes.
When you moved to Alaska, did you get married in Alaska?
No,
When did you get married?
November 21.
And in November 2021, that's when you married Chloe?
Yes,
Did Chloe live in Alaska with you then at some point?
yes.
What years did she live with you in Alaska?
(2017) until we moved.
And at some point you moved from Alaska to Washington, correct?
Yes,
All right. Your cell phone then, were you using a regular cell phone then? And by regular, I mean not a burner phone or anything of that nature, just a regular cell phone. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Was your number 907? Okay. On October 2nd, when you were arrested on October 2nd of 2024 then, can you explain how that occurred?
I was on my way to work. I was on my way to work when I got pulled over. I was being followed too close, and I tried to get out of their way. But when they got right behind me, I felt like I was getting ready to get pulled over, and I was like, well, maybe I was driving a little faster than I should have been. And then they pulled me over. I went through their necessary procedures. Told me I had a warrant for my arrest. I was a little shocked. And then they pulled me out of the car, handcuffed me, and put me in the back of the patrol car.
When they pulled you over and said you had a warrant for your arrest, at that point, did anyone tell you what that warrant was for, specifically?
No.
Did you know what it was for?
I had an idea.
What was your idea?
This situation that we're here today.
So it had been some years. When you say the situation, you're referring to the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. In the intervening years, though, had you ever had any problems with law enforcement from January of 2017 until the time that you were pulled over on October 2nd of 2024?
No, ma'am.
After they arrested you, they put you in a patrol car, and did they take you then to the Washington or the Vancouver Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, then were you given the opportunity to speak to some detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they right here in court, Detective Byers and Farrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they put you into then a cell, locked into a cell with another person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person appear to you to be an inmate? Or I should say somebody that, when I say inmate, somebody that also is in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he introduce himself as Willie Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of tell us what occurred when you first got into the cell, how you met this individual inside?
He kept talking to me. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what was he talking about?
His situation. Talked about how cold it was in there. Asked me what I was in for. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what's going through your head at this time?
A lot of shame. Lots of shame. But I also don't know. Divorce. Lost a job. Disappointment from my mentees. How many people I hurt because of this. Just a lot. A lot to process.
Okay. And as you're absorbing this, somebody's trying to talk to you. So did you know at that time that it was an undercover person that was placed there by the detectives?
No, not at the time.
At some point then, did Detective Farrell come to the door of the cell that you're in and tell you for the first time that it was a warrant for a homicide out of Los Angeles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what he was talking about at that time then?
Everything kind of started coming back to me. I had forgotten a lot up until that point.
Do you remember what Detective Farrell told you at the very beginning?
Mr. Austin, look, you seem like a nice guy. You know why you're here. It's very important that you be very honest with us. And then I remember him showing me the pictures. He said, we know you were there, so you need to be honest with us.
What pictures did he show you?
He showed me pictures of Mr. Baker and myself jogging, and a black Porsche.
You recognized yourself in the photo jogging?
I did.
Exhibit 19, and I'm not saying this exhibit, but is that the photo or a copy of the photo that Detective Farrell showed you.
Yes, ma'am.
The person in the front right here in the green, who is that?
That's Mr. Baker.
And the person in the back with the hood, the darker hood, who is that?
That is myself.
So when he showed you that photograph, you recognized it.
Yeah.
How did you recognize that? From what?
Oh, I recognize it from the green sweatshirt first. And then all of LA has red curves. So that's what I recognize from it, about it.
Well, did you recognize it from being in a particular location?
Yes.
Where was this?
Los Angeles?
Okay, I guess my question is, tell us at this point, what are you guys doing right here?
We are on the way up to jog to the victim's house.
And do you have a knife at this point?
I did.
To your knowledge, does Baker have a knife at this point?
He did.
And what were you going up to the victim's house to do at this time?
So on our way up to, he's on our way up to hurt, to kill him. To kill him.
Kill him?
Yes.
We'll go through that in a moment. Exhibit 19 also, this is page 9 in the corner. The first one was page 7 in the corner on Exhibit 19. This Porsche, is this a photo that Detective Farrell showed you as well when you said a Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's depicted here? Did you ride in that Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing that photo right there, are you in that car at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated?
In the passenger seat with my head down.
Who was driving the car?
Mr. Baker.
And when is this in time? What's happening here?
He's driving away.
Away from what?
On murder. He's driving away from a murder scene.
This is when you both left?
Yes, ma'am.
After Detective Farrell showed you those photographs then, did you remain in the cell to think about what he had just shown you?
Yes.
Did you then talk to your cellmate at that point about anything?
A little bit.
What did you tell him? Or what did you say?
He asked me, he started asking me a barrage of questions. And then he asked me was I was there, and I was like, yeah, I was there. And then he encouraged me to tell them the truth. And he asked me if I had a record. I was like, no. And then I remember saying none of that matters. None of the work that I did matters.
Did he ask you if you recall about any of the other people involved in this?
Yeah, he asked me, but I didn't want to say too much because I didn't know I didn't know why he was asking me so many questions. He was trying to be my friend or something like this. It's not a situation we need to be friends about. I remember saying that, I was there, and he was like, who's the other dude? And told him who he was.
Who did you tell him it was?
Mr. Baker.
Well, do you know if you used that name at the time?
I used I told him my uncle. He's like, that's your uncle? I was like, well, not biological, but.
So at this point, Detective Farrell has only come to the jail or the cell door, showed you these photographs, and now things are racing through your head, right?
Yes.
You have not had a chance to sit down and interview with the detectives at this point, right?
No.
So up until this point with your cellmate, you've admitted that you were involved in it, but that's the extent of it.
Yes.
And you were talking about you didn't want to talk too much at this point. Why did you feel you didn't want to talk too much at this point?
Because I felt like the detectives were about to ask me a bunch of questions that I had to try to figure out how to remember after so long.
So once
I didn't
you
want to
saw,
talk to him too much anymore.
I'm sorry,
I didn't want to talk to him anymore.
your cellmate.
Yes.
So then at some point, did Detective Farrell come and actually take you out of the cell and take you into an interview room with him and Detective Byers?
That is correct.
Do you know if that was recorded?
Yes, I believe it was.
Did you end up waiving, or did they advise you of your Miranda rights?
They did.
And did you agree to talk to them?
I did.
Why did you want to talk to them?
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I feel like you come pick me up on my way to work. You know something, so there's no point in playing around with them anymore.
Okay. Did they ask you first, I'm going to give you some topics, did they ask you anything about burner phones?
They did.
And what did you tell them?
I told them I had one at one point
When did you have a burner phone?
in 2017.
And did you also go through then the facts of what occurred that day on January 23rd, 2017?
You did.
They asked you a lot of questions, you answered.
I did.
Did you tell them the whole truth during that interview?
Not entirely.
What was not the truth?
Just the details of it.
Why didn't you tell them everything at that point?
Because I felt like I felt like I said too much. I needed an attorney.
So at a certain point, you interviewed with them for a while, right?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were actually involved in the actual killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
Did you tell them what your role was as far as participating in the crime?
I did.
What did you tell them?
I told them I was there. I told them that I helped. I told them that I stabbed him once. That I stabbed him once. That's what I told him.
So you admitted your role in the crime, and then, but at this point, you didn't give every detail. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you put back in the cell then with that undercover agent?
I was.
And did you start talking to him now?
Yeah.
Why did you start talking to him now?
I told it. Because I told the detectives the truth. And then I started just thinking about my life. Not being able to. I started thinking about just all the harm that I caused the family. I was in disbelief. And I was frustrated, and I just wanted to talk about something different.
When you're talking to this person now, when you've been back in the cell after you interview with the detectives, at any point did you realize he was an undercover agent put in there by the detectives?
Not till they took me to jail. I replayed everything. And that's when I realized he was undercover, or might have been. He left shortly after. That's when I realized.
While you were in the cell with him then, after the interview then, did you feel comfortable then talking to him a little bit more since you had now interviewed with the detectives?
So, roll.
Comfortable is a strong word. I just felt the need to just talk to somebody. It's just in my nature to have a conversation.
Did he ask you about, and again, is he asking you questions about the crime?
Yeah,
Did he ask you how the victim died?
yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him what I told the detectives,
What is that?
that he was stabbed.
Did he ask you if you stabbed him?
He did.
What'd you tell him?
Once.
Did he ask you who stabbed him the rest of the times?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him, Baker stabbed him.
Now, did you tell him what the plan was from the beginning?
I believe so.
What'd you tell him?
I believe he was told I was told that he was supposed to go rough him up, but that didn't happen.
Okay. But was that the plan?
No.
What was the plan?
Plan was to have him killed.
When you told your cellmate the plan was to go rough him up, then why didn't you tell your cellmate what the real plan was? Why did you lighten the story, let's say?
Well, a total stranger be telling my skeletons to. Didn't want to.
Did you tell them who was involved, this cellmate? Did you tell him who was involved in it, or did he ask you who was involved in this?
He asked. I remember him asking a lot of questions.
Okay. What did you tell him?
I told him Baker and the woman he was messing with was involved.
The woman he was messing with, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
To my far right, white blouse, gray suit.
Indicating the defendant.
And we'll get to the defendant in a moment, but you told him the woman he was messing with and him planned it. What else did you tell him about that?
I told him
I don't know, counsel.
In the cell with the Perkins agent, the undercover agent. What else did you tell him?
Told him some money is supposed to be involved. She was supposed to get a lot of money if we did it. Excuse me. Sorry.
Did you specifically mention at this time to that undercover agent that it was actually insurance money?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
How did you know about that?
Baker told me about it.
What did Baker tell you about it?
Baker told me she's loaded. She wants him gone. She's going to get paid.
The detectives, they never asked you about insurance money, right? During the first interview.
Sustained?
Did the detectives ever ask you about insurance money during the first interview?
No.
So this was something that you freely volunteered to the undercover agent the day you were arrested?
Yes.
It's overruled.
Okay. Did the agent say to you, to me it sounded like it's the bitch who planned everything? Do you remember him saying that to you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
She knew about it. She did.
When did you find out about the insurance money? Baker told you about it. When did you find out about it?
After or before.
It's after, before.
Was that before you came to Los Angeles to commit the murder?
Yes.
Do you recall how it happened, how you found out?
It was a phone call. It was a phone call. I remember Baker saying she's going to come into some money. He tried to get me to come down earlier, and I couldn't. I was working, so I couldn't do it. I was trying to avoid it, so I didn't think he would worry about it anymore.
What year and month was this, if you remember this conversation?
Maybe December, around the December time.
Of 2016?
2016.
All right. While you're in this cell then, you talked about money. Did you tell the agent if you were promised any money or any reward for doing this?
I don't think so.
Did you ever talk about receiving any gold coins?
Well,
I think I told him he gave me some coins.
Who gave you coins?
Baker gave me coins.
Was that gold coins?
That is correct.
When did he give them to you?
He gave them to me just before I got out at the bus station.
After the murder, but before you flew home?
Yes.
And then again, this is still while you're in the cell with the undercover agent, did you tell him then that you left right after?
Yes.
What did you tell him about leaving the scene? And this is what you recall telling the agent about leaving the scene after the murder had been committed.
I remember telling him it happened, and I had to get up out of there. And Baker dropped me off at the the bus station to catch it right back to the airport, and I flew back.
And did you tell this undercover agent that when you left after the murder, you left in that Porsche?
Yeah. We left in the Porsche.
We're going to go back through this, but I want to ask you some specific questions then about the defendant who you identified in court. Do you recall when you first met her?
Not really. We might have met in Vegas, but I don't remember seeing her there. I do remember playing racquetball with her, though.
Did you go? Go ahead. Did I cut you off?
Mm-mm.
Did you go to Las Vegas in July of 2016 with Robert Baker?
I did.
That particular trip, did you stay with Baker at Al Birdsong's house?
Yes.
When you went there, did you know that Baker had a female, whether you knew her name or not, that he was seeing, dating, had a relationship with?
Not really. Yes. Meaning he's been involved with a lot of women, so I would say yes all the time.
But specifically when you went to Las Vegas in July of 2016, did he mention anyone in particular that he had been seeing?
He mentioned he was seeing somebody.
At that time?
I had forgot her name at that point.
Did he ever use the name Monica?
Yeah.
Is that who he said he was seeing at that time?
Yeah.
Now, during that trip, did you know, during that trip, and I know it was 2016, did you know that this Monica person was in Las Vegas at the same time you were there with Baker staying at Birdsong's house?
No.
total.
And to the best of your knowledge then, do you know if you met her in Vegas or not?
I might have. I don't remember.
And when you say you might have, did you go out with Baker to different places and meet people?
Yes.
Did you ever go to the Aria Hotel?
Yes.
Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
Don't remember why we went, but I know food was involved.
Excuse me a second. It's overruled.
Go ahead. Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
I don't remember why we went, but I know food was involved, and he said, I got to go meet somebody. I want you to ride with me, as always. So I was like, okay, not a problem.
But today you have no independent recollection if you met the defendant at that time in July.
No.
At some point, though, did you meet her in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met her in Los Angeles, whether it be the first or now second time? But
We went to the gym, and that's when I found out he was a racquetball coordinator. I think that's his title. And he's like, I want you to play a few games. I was like, why? He's like, man, just play a few games. So I said, okay. And we played a couple of games. I didn't think anything of it.
you said you found out he was a racquetball player. You didn't, or coach. You didn't know that before.
No.
Okay. So when you went to the gym, then did you get introduced to the defendant?
I did.
It's overruled.
I did.
How did that work?
It was a casual conversation, I thought.
People's 197. Is that the gym you went to?
Yes.
Was there anything that you noticed between the two of them, Baker and the defendant, that caught your attention?
More hands-on than anything. They were really close.
Did he tell you that at this time in Los Angeles now that he was in a relationship with her?
Yes.
Timing-wise, what are we talking about now? You've been in Vegas in July of 2016. Now you're at the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills and you meet her. Where are we at in 2016?
We're still in July?
When you came back, you met her in July and at the LA Fitness?
Mm-hmm. I think later that at some point, he was like, we're going to go hang out at her house. I was like, oh, okay.
I guess my question is, when you left Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, was it that same trip down, or was it that same time frame down here that you met her at the gym in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
So the same trip, that same time
So
frame?
the same, yes.
Okay. So he talks about going to her house after. Tell us what happened.
He said we're going to get dressed, we're going to ride. I said, okay. Then he went to, we went to her house, hung out, had some food, watched some TV, and then they went off into the bedroom, and I stayed out and watched TV.
Exhibit 9, is that the house you went to?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to that house?
I don't know. I
One
thought
moment. As form, that's sustained.
Okay. Why did Baker tell you you're going over there?
Sustained.
After the gym, you went to the house with Baker to visit Monica, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there then, you went into the living room, what'd you do?
Went into the living room. There was some pizza on the counter. Asked if I wanted some pizza. I said sure. Went into the. Then she's like, "Let me show you around."
She said, let me show you around. What did she do?
She just took me out to the patio where there was. She took me out to the patio, and Baker was there, I remember him making a comment. It's like, nice. I was like, yeah, it's a nice spot. And so I didn't think anything of it. It's just a nice house.
Did she say anything particular about the patio?
No, nothing out of just showing the patio, like this is where we hang out.
And you went back into the living room, what'd you do?
I turned on the TV and sat and watched TV for a little bit till I fell asleep.
Did you see where Monica and the defendant and Baker went?
There was a room right off the couch. Yeah, behind me to like the left.
Do you know what they were doing?
No,
How long were they gone?
I don't know.
What did
Little
you
while.
do? You're watching TV, what'd you do?
I watched TV until I fell asleep and kind of played on my phone a little bit and then played a game on my phone. I think it was, yeah, played a game on my phone and then I fell asleep.
Was anyone else home at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of the defendant's children or hear them at home?
No,
Did you even know the defendant had children?
not at this time. No,
Did you know at this time that the defendant was married?
no.
What time did you leave the house that night then?
It was kind of late.
Did Rob wake you up?
Yeah.
Okay, did he say anything to you when you left about the house?
And he said it's a nice house, right? And then I was like, yeah. I was like, remember that layout? I was like, layout? I said, okay. I didn't really think anything of it.
All right, but he said, remember that layout?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. I'm going to go back now to when you were in Las Vegas, just right before you ended up in this house when you're back in Los Angeles. When you went on that Las Vegas trip with Baker, did he buy your ticket or give you money for your ticket?
He might have bought my ticket.
Was that something that Baker did when you flew down? Did he share or give you money?
Yes.
How did that work?
He typically either bought me a ticket or or I bought it and then he gave me cash when I got there.
Did you have an ATM card that Baker had given you to use in Alaska?
Yes.
So what would he do for you in order for you to access money?
He gave me the PIN code to access it.
So were you able to use Rob Baker's ATM card in Anchorage, Alaska and withdraw money?
Yes.
Was it for the purpose of buying flights to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
So this particular flight in 2016, did you withdraw money and then buy a flight to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
And when you flew into LA, did Baker pick you up from the airport?
Yes.
And then you drove to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about you're not sure if you saw Monica in Las Vegas, but let's talk about when you stayed at Al Birdsong's house. Did a conversation come up while you were there, and again, this is July 2016 in Las Vegas, did a conversation come up between you, Al Birdsong, and Robert Baker about the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He talked about he was messing with this woman, and then he started asking questions about how to get rid of evidence, and then
Who was asking that?
Baker. And I remember him saying like about I remember him saying like talking about. I was like, we talking about a murder. I was like, oh, and I don't remember like all the details of that.
Can you describe then, how did this conversation begin?
Birdsong and Baker were talking at first. I wouldn't just sit there and they said, hey, I want to tell you something. I don't think that's how it came up.
Okay.
But they typically have conversations without me often. It's something I probably walked into. I remember.
Sustain.
Do you recall if you walked into a conversation or entered into a conversation when Baker was already talking to Birdsong about something?
Yes.
And then what was your participation in that?
He started asking me, he's like, how much I weigh.
Who?
Baker. He started asking me how much I weigh. I remember hearing he could probably do it. I was like, do what? He said, I'll tell you later. I might have a job for you later. I don't know.
Again, counsel, you can clarify.
If you could also, is this Baker talking?
Yes.
At this point? Okay, continue.
I don't really remember like
Okay.
how all that really came about. But
At
I know
this-
that they were talking about it.
At this point in the house, you knew that Baker was involved with someone,
Yes.
and he began talking about that female,
Yes.
and the topic of the conversation was a job that he may want you to do.
Yes.
Did he say anything about that female and what she wanted?
At the time, she said she don't like him. I'm sorry. Baker's telling this ally that she don't like him, so she doesn't. She don't want to be with him no more. But she wants him gone. So I was like, oh.
Did you know what they were talking about when Baker says to you,
It's overruled.
she wants him gone?
I had a clue, but I was like, I'm not smart, and so they're gonna have to elaborate.
Did they elaborate?
Baker did.
What did he say?
Baker said she wants him gone.
Okay.
She wants him dead.
Did the conversation turn to, between you, Birdsong, and Baker, how to do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I remember him talking about shooting a man.
Who said that?
Baker did.
And what was,
And then the response was, no, that would be too loud.
who responded?
Birdsong responded, and then they both agreed that would be too loud. And then they mentioned like stabbing, and it hit him right in the jugular, quick. And I remember him saying quick.
And which one was saying that?
Baker said that. And then they both agreed, Birdsong and Baker both agreed, like, yeah, hit him in the jugular, fast and quick. Well, Birdsong said that. And Baker, yeah, sorry.
Okay, clarify who said what, please.
Birdsong said you could probably hit him in the jugular, quick and easy. And Baker said, yeah.
During this time then, did you see or hear Baker on the phone with anyone?
He was always he's texting somebody, but I don't know who.
During this conversation then, do you know, if you know from your own point of view, if he was talking or texting with the defendant while this conversation was happening?
I wouldn't know.
Did you see him texting
Yeah,
a lot?
he would text a lot.
During this time frame, did you have any conversations about using burner phones?
At some point, the burner phone topic came up. I just don't remember when, but it came up.
So what was the topic?
I remember hearing we can get burner phones because they can't be tracked.
Now, this conversation is occurring. Are you under the clear impression now that it is to kill this woman's husband?
Yes.
Is your opinion then, based on what Baker and Birdsong are talking about, that the wife wanted it done?
Yes.
As formed, that would be sustained.
Did you have an opinion who wanted it done?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion is irrelevant speculation.
Premature, it's overruled.
Yes.
Who?
Monica wanted it, the wife wanted it done, I'm sorry.
At some point in the conversation, do you realize that it's you that they want to do it?
Yes.
How did that happen?
You mean, what do you mean?
How did the conversation go from talking about how to do it to it focusing on you're going to be the one that does it?
I remember saying, I'm about to go to bed. I was like, okay. He said, okay. Remember he came up, he's like, I'm going to talk to you for a second. I was like, what's up? He's like, do you think you could do something like this? I was like, probably not. And then he was like, okay. And he closed the door. And then the next morning we rode back, which I think that's when I actually met at the gym. We drove back to LA. And I remember him saying, I want you to move back. Something to that effect when we were riding back. I remember that.
Move back. Where?
From Alaska to LA.
Did he say why?
I miss you.
That drive back to Los Angeles, did you continue the conversation about planning this murder of the defendant's husband?
Overruled.
I don't think so.
Did you talk about it again while you were in Los Angeles before you went back to Alaska?
No, I don't think so.
Did you bring it up again?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want to.
Why didn't you want to?
Because I was hoping that, like, yo, this isn't going to happen. You're not really trying to do this. But then when I got back to Alaska, phone calls started happening. And then they, every now and again, I get on a three-way call between myself and Mr. Birdsong and Baker. And he's going out of town. Can you fly in? Are you fast enough?
Who's
Do you
saying
think
this?
Baker? Baker's asking these questions. I was like, I don't know.
So timeline-wise, when you got back, you did Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, you ended up, you believe it to be that night at the defendant's house, which is when you laid on the couch, right?
Yes.
Earlier you said that you didn't know she was married, but by this point you knew she was married.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Like officially, like married versus like together.
When Robert Baker said to you when you were leaving, remember the layout of the house, had there been any previous conversation about where the plan was to commit the murder?
I remember in the talks that she could leave the door open. There's a back door to their bedroom. You can go in the back door and come out. I was like, I remember that happened.
When did that happen, that conversation?
I want to say over the phone.
Okay, just to back you up. while you're in Las Vegas, you have one conversation about this for the first time, correct?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you ever talk about or hear Baker and Birdsong talk about where they wanted the murder to occur?
I remember them saying like it has to be in the community or some sort. Got to be out.
Okay, my question is, when Baker says, remember this layout, in your mind, was there a plan that it was going to be in the house at that time, the murder?
No, if I recall, I remember he said, remember that layout, because that's when they started talking about the bedroom aspect of going in the middle of the night. And doing it while he was sleeping.
That was another conversation?
That was another conversation. I don't know when, but I know that was another conversation.
After Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So, at some point after you were at the house that night, did you fly back to Anchorage then the following day or within a couple of days? After you came back from Las Vegas, you went the next night to the defendant's house, or that same night, did you fly back to Anchorage?
A couple of days, probably a day or two later, maybe.
So when did these three-way calls then start?
Maybe a couple months after, 3 months after, September, October.
October timeframe?
Maybe.
During those months in between, were there any conversations about this plan to kill the defendant's husband?
Yeah.
What was that?
They were still planning, and I remember Baker still asking me like how much I weighed, and things of that nature. Just about my physical attributes a little bit.
These are phone calls from Baker to you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The court reporter?
Thank
And
you.
is he, before the three ways, is Baker calling you, asking you questions then, or talking about still this plan that he wants to put into motion with Birdsong and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was Birdsong talking to you also, before we get to the three-way phone calls, was Birdsong also talking to you individually, following up on this plan?
Yes.
And what was he talking to you about?
Just the aspects of being in and out.
What does that mean?
Objection.
In and out meaning
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, really?
meaning I remember one of the plan was like to still like go to the house. No. I think at this point they were talking about him being out somewhere at night and then doing it then quick and then getting out of there.
Around October then, the three-way phone calls, was that you, Baker, and Birdsong all on a call together?
Yes.
Okay. Who
Those are
was
the calls.
initiating that phone call?
Usually Baker would.
And then on those, well, how many phone calls did you do that were three-way phone calls?
I don't remember.
More than 5?
Probably.
More than 10?
Maybe. Yeah.
Were the topic of these three-way phone calls all about planning the murder of the defendant's husband?
Not all. Some of them were just to check in, seeing how I'm doing, seeing what I'm doing. They were very curious about what I was doing. And I would tell them, like, working.
What do you mean they were curious about what you were doing?
I mean, like, they wanted to know, like, exactly what I was doing and how I was doing, like, what what, are you still working? Are you? It almost seemed like, if I remember correctly, it almost seemed like they were making sure that I wasn't like backing out. I don't remember taking all their phone calls all the time too, because I was working. I do remember like a few missed calls from them a few times, well, from Baker.
Did you ever express to them that you wanted to back out?
I didn't say it directly. I gave hints. It's like, I'm working a lot. I don't know. I can't. And they started, well, Baker started like initiating, like try to figure out when you can get some time off. I was like, I don't know. I'm working a lot.
Now, by the way, during all these phone calls, was the defendant ever on any of the phone calls?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and did you ever speak directly with the defendant at any time, directly with her about killing her husband?
No.
So was your communication with and through Baker?
Yes.
Was he relaying what she was telling him for the majority of the time?
Yes.
So on these calls then, specifically, did you talk about these three-way calls? Did you guys talk again about ways to kill the defendant's husband?
Yes. Just, I remember saying like where he's going to be. And
What
again,
does that mean?
He's telling me this stuff at this point.
Who's he?
Baker.
Is telling you where he's going to be. This is though around the October timeframe, right?
Maybe November now.
And what did he tell you in regard to where he's going to be? What does that mean?
Said he travels a lot. So it might not go down. I was like, cool.
What's the last part?
He said it might not go down.
Did Baker tell you that the defendant had sent him her husband's itineraries when he traveled out of town?
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Did Baker say what?
Did Baker ever tell you that the defendant had sent him, Baker, her husband's itineraries when he went out of town?
I don't recall him saying that, but he knew
Objection.
when he was
Sustained.
leaving. He knew his schedule.
Sorry, there's no
So-
question pending, sir.
I'm sorry.
Did Baker tell you when the defendant's husband was out of town?
Yes.
Was there ever a plan or a conversation between you, Baker, or you and Birdsong, or you and all three of you together, you, Baker, and Birdsong, to possibly kill the defendant's husband when he was out of town? Was that ever a conversation?
I don't remember.
Council, let me interrupt you at this time. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. We are back on the record. Fabio Sementilli, defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alternate present. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath. People may continue.
Mr. Austin, when we broke, we were discussing the conversations that you had prior to coming to LA. Now, in December of 2016, did you formulate the plan then when you were going to, around that time frame, when you would be able to come down to LA to commit this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, was that on a three-way phone call with Birdsong and Baker when you actually worked out days?
I think it was just with Baker.
You said before break that they were asking you about days and you had to work or something of that nature. Can you explain what you were talking about?
When they were asking me?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Baker would say, when can you get time off? And I told him I just started a new job, so I won't be able to get any time off for a little while. PTO is not available. It's just making up a lot of things actually for him, like to just like, I can't do it.
Why were you saying that?
Because I didn't want to come down and do it. And because he had already told me so much information, I was afraid to like go to anybody.
What do you mean you were afraid to go to anybody?
I mean, I was at that point in time in my life, I didn't want to talk to anybody. I shut a lot of people out.
So does that mean you didn't talk to anybody about what you were planning and involved in and about to do?
Yes.
Were you dating your now wife then? Chloe, were you with
Yes.
her?
Yes.
You weren't married to her then?
No.
Did you tell her anything about this plan to go to LA and kill the defendant's husband?
No, ma'am.
At some point then, you determined what days you're going to fly down. How did you guys determine the date? Was there any particular reason why you flew down when you did?
Baker told me, I'm gonna get you a ticket. I'm gonna send the card. Let them know for these dates. It should be fine. It's just a job. And there's plenty of money.
What do you mean there's plenty of money? Is that something Baker told you?
Yes.
Did he elaborate on that?
He said if you do this, you can make some money. I'll give you a couple dollars. And I was like, couple dollars? He said, yeah, I can give you a couple dollars. He said, I can get you anywhere between 30 and 50 grand. And there's plenty more where that came from.
Did he tell you where that money would come from?
He said it was going to come from, the defendant.
And specifically, where from the defendant?
Well, he would always say she's loaded. So once she gets this insurance money, we're going to be good. We're going to move out of the country somewhere, and I'll send for you.
When he told you, and this is Baker?
Yes.
When he told you we're going to move out of the country somewhere, did he tell you who he was talking about?
I knew who he was talking about,
Who was that?
the defendant.
He told you that they, when it was over, were going to move out of the country. And what did he tell you as far as what you were going to do after this occurred?
No, he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I'm going to send for you once we get settled.
To you, what did I'm going to send for you mean?
He was going to fly me out
Fly you out where?
wherever they had decided to land.
And this is after the murder would have occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
So the plan was to leave the country?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Baker ultimately then buy your ticket to come down to Los Angeles for this?
Yes.
And does it sound right around January 12th, that time frame he bought your ticket?
Yes.
You came down on Alaska Airlines?
Yes.
During that time frame, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, when you're talking about your ticket, did you have a lot of conversations that you recall with Baker about the planning and the logistics of what was going to happen?
Yeah, he said that, I remember him saying, like, when you come out here, it's got to be quick because he's supposed to go out of town soon.
Who was he? He was supposed to go out of town. Who was Baker talking about?
The victim. He was talking about the victim.
Was this around the time frame of when you bought your ticket on, or he bought your ticket on January 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you have to come soon, that he, the victim's going to be going out of town soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you when the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you where the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did Baker tell you how he knew the victim was going to be going out of town?
He told me that the defendant lets him know everything.
John, I'm going to object unless to use the word defendant.
Till room.
She lets him know everything?
She lets him know it. She's like, she's going to let me know. She let me know everything.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that that you recall during that conversation?
No.
Okay. So on January 22nd, 2017, did you fly then on a ticket that Baker purchased for you to Los Angeles on Alaska Airlines?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew here, what was the purpose of coming to LA on this particular date?
To kill the victim.
When you landed, well, let me ask you this first. You're in a relationship with Chloe at this point?
I am.
At the time that you flew to LA on January 22nd, 2017, were you in a relationship with her?
Yes.
What did you tell her was the reason why you were going to Los Angeles?
To help with some business. He wasn't feeling well. That was what he told me to tell her.
You told her that who wasn't feeling well?
Baker wasn't feeling well, and then I had to pick up some of his business errands for a little bit, for just a couple of days.
Had Chloe ever met Robert Baker?
No.
Up until your arrest, did you ever tell Chloe what had happened or what you had done on January 23rd, 2017, when you participated in the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone what you had done?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't tell anybody.
Did you ever write down or document any of the things that occurred leading up to the murder or during the murder or immediately after the murder?
No.
So everything that you're testifying now, 8 years later, is from memory?
Yes.
When you arrived in LA, do you remember what time it was? Your flight?
It was early in the morning, like between like 6:50, 7:30.
And that's on January 22nd, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Who picked you up from the airport?
Baker did.
And when he picked you up, did you take a cell phone with you to Los Angeles?
No.
Why not?
He told me not to.
Who told you not to?
Baker told me not to.
Did you have that same conversation with Al Birdsong?
That was one of the three-way calls, I think. They told me not to bring a cell phone.
Do you know why you were told not to bring a cell phone?
They told me so I can't be tracked.
And by can't be tracked, that means find your location if someone were to access your phone or
Yes.
phone records.
Yes.
So where did you leave your phone?
In the car,
What car?
in Chloe's car at the time.
So when you flew to LA when you first got here on January 22nd, 2017, you did not have a phone when you landed.
No.
How did Baker, if you know, how did he know where to pick you up?
He knew I was flying Alaska Airlines.
And had you given him your flight information?
Yes.
So he picked you up at the curb?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker ask you about if you brought your cell phone?
Yes.
What did he ask?
He said, "Do you have your phone?" I said, "No."
Okay. Did he give you something?
He gave me a burner phone.
What is, to your knowledge, what is a burner phone?
It's a burner phone is an untraceable phone that doesn't really connect to any service, except for like I think they piggyback off of whatever towers are available.
So it's a phone that's not registered in your name,
Yes.
and you use the words untraceable. So is it a kind of phone where you can go into a store and just buy a phone?
Yes.
And is that the kind of phone where you yourself or somebody else can just add minutes to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So he gave you this burner phone. Did he tell you why he was giving you a burner phone?
Just in case we get separated, is all he said.
Now, after he picked you up from the airport, where did you go?
We went back to his apartment.
And where was his apartment? If you remember, the best area you can recall.
The valley.
Okay. Was it somewhat near to the house, the Sementilli house?
Yes.
So the same general area.
Yes.
When you went to his apartment on January 22nd of 2017, after you got in the early morning hours, what did you do at the apartment?
Sat there
And how long did you sit there?
some hours, most all day.
Did you go out at some point to any stores or anything?
I believe we went out later in like that afternoon, a little after the afternoon, so Baker could purchase a knife.
Is that something Baker told you he needed to do.
Yes.
So where did you go?
I believe it was a Walmart.
Do you know where that Walmart was located?
No. It was, well, in the valley, so it wasn't too far.
And again, it was 8 years ago, but do you know about what time you
Yeah, I
went?
object to the preamble, Your Honor, from 8 years ago.
I see nothing wrong with that, it's overruled.
Thank you.
Do you know around what time you went to this Walmart?
Evening time, maybe like 4.
Had you discussed purchasing a knife prior to this trip to Walmart?
When we got there,
Tell us about that.
picked up a couple regular miscellaneous items, some Gatorades, and then he's like, we gotta go get a knife. Well, not in that context of we have to go get a knife. He just walked to the counter and picked out one, and then said, let me see that one. Showed it to him, and he bought it.
Prior to going to Walmart, did you have a conversation about having to buy or get a knife?
Yeah. Yes.
When was that?
I think it was in the car on the way there. We gotta go get he said we gotta go get a knife.
On the way to Walmart? Mm-hmm. So yes?
Yes, excuse me.
Now, a knife, ultimately 2 knives were used in the
Yes.
murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many knives, to your knowledge, were purchased at Walmart?
1,
What kind of knife was that?
pocket knife, switchblade. Well, not a switchblade, I'm sorry. It's a pocket knife, a foldable knife.
The kind that folds?
Yes.
Okay. The second knife, then, that was ultimately used, where'd that come from?
Baker had one.
He already had a knife? Is that a yes?
Yes.
For a court reporter?
Yes.
What kind of knife was that?
It was like a hunter's knife style. Went into a pouch.
So is that a fixed blade type knife? You know, it didn't fold?
No, it didn't fold.
The knife at Walmart, he ultimately purchased a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That's the knife he purchased.
And how do you remember, did you see this knife at Walmart, or is this a knife that you used?
I saw the knife at Walmart.
Okay. So that appears to be the knife that he purchased at Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When this murder happened, were you armed with that knife that I just showed you, or were you armed with the hunting knife that you described that Baker already had?
Baker gave me the hunting style knife. He had the foldable knife.
Do you normally carry a knife?
Like on my person every day.
Yes. Or
No.
at that time, I'm sorry, at that time. During that time frame of 2017, those years, were you one to carry a knife normally?
No.
All right, so you went back, then after you went to Walmart, purchased the knives, then what happened?
We went back to his apartment. Went back to his apartment and waited. Then he said he's gonna text her and let her know. And then as the night fell, he let me know. He said she's gonna send him to the store so we can catch him then. And I just said, okay. And then we went to the shopping center. We parked out back. He showed me a picture of him. He said, "This is who you're looking for." He said, "This is who you're looking for. He should be in a blue or black Ford pickup." And I said, "Okay." And he parked out back, and he made me get out of the car, and then he moved the car somewhere else. And I walked along. And as I'm walking, I was like, "I'm not doing this." And I saw him, and I was like, "I can't do this." And I went back to the car. He was like, "What happened?" I told him, couldn't get him. Can't do it.
And then did you leave after that?
Yeah, we left and went back to his apartment.
When this is on January 22nd, the day you flew in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew in and you're driving from the airport to Baker's apartment, is there a plan in place when this is going to happen and where this is going to happen?
What I just described.
Had you already talked about the fact that you were going to do it that night?
He wanted me to do it that night.
Had you talked about the fact that it was going to be in a public place as opposed to the house?
Yeah.
Did you know at that point early in the day where that public place was going to be?
No.
What did Baker tell you as far as where that place was going to be?
What do you mean?
Did he ever indicate to you, you knew it was going to be that day somewhere. Did Baker ever indicate to you earlier in the day, like, where's this going to happen?
No, because I don't think he knew where he was going to be.
Did he Baker tell you, if the defendant had an idea where she wanted this to happen?
He said he's going to find out from her.
Okay, he's going to find out from her. Mm-hmm. Now, you met with the detectives and the prosecutors, myself and Ms. Silverman, then in November 18th of 2024 over at the Robbery Homicide Division. Do you remember meeting with us there?
I do.
And during that time, you had agreed, and your counsel was present, correct? Your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Simon Aval?
Yes, ma'am.
We all met together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at your initiation in order to talk to the prosecutors, the investigators, with your attorney present, to do what's called a proffer, or agree to be sworn in and go through the facts of what had happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that actually happen? Were you sworn in and promised to tell the truth, and then spent 2 days talking to the prosecutors as well as the detectives with your counsel present?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed an agreement, do you recall doing that you would tell the truth as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your Mark Peoples 248, oh, no, I'm sorry, 240,
248, what is
oh,
it?
it is 248. Proffer agreement,
Yes.
3 pages. And this proffer agreement is dated November 5th, 2024. Do you recognize this document? I'll go through the pages. The first page, and then on the very back, there's a signature there. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this document, then, did you understand it that you were going to spend the day, and actually what turned into 2 days, talking to the collective group that I just named, telling us the truth and everything in that during that time frame? Everything that you told us in there cannot be used against you, meaning everything that you tell us cannot be used against us if you decide, hey, you know what, I'm not going to testify. I don't want to do this anymore. We can't use anything you tell us during those 2 days against you. Did you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you took the stand for some reason, then we would be able to use that interview. You understood that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's somewhat a protected conversation. If you decided that you didn't want to come in today, you didn't want to cooperate, you didn't want to take a plea deal and take the stand, then we can't use anything you said against you.
That's right.
So rule.
Is that how you understood it?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also understood that you always had a right to a jury trial if that's what you chose to do.
Yes, ma'am.
But instead, you, as it indicated, you entered a plea agreement, and part of that plea agreement was you cooperate, tell the truth, testify today, and then you, if the judge determines you're telling the truth, you'll be sentenced to the second-degree murder, 16 to life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during this plea agreement, you brought up January 22nd and this plan to kill Fabio that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody brought that up to you from the team that you were speaking with, whether it be the detectives or the prosecutors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was new information that you were providing to the team, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that night then, when you went, you bought the knives, and then at some point, there's a plan comes into shape. When does that plan come into shape of where and when?
If I recall, when we got back to the apartment, he got a text message saying saying she's going to send him to the store real quick and we can catch him there, like I explained earlier.
No foundation.
So rule.
Did he tell you this?
Yes.
And did he tell you who she was?
Yes.
Who is she?
The defendant, ma'am.
He told you that she's going to send him to the store. Did you know what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
That meant that we had.
So rule.
That meant that we had to we had to go meet him there to see if we can catch him alone. It was pretty late about this around this hour.
Do you know what time it was?
Maybe 8, 9 o'clock.
You said maybe. Do you know for sure?
I don't know for sure. I know there wasn't a lot of people in that parking lot.
Was it light or dark out?
It was dark.
And this is January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when he said he got a text and that she was going to send him to the store, what happened next?
We got in the car. We drove behind the shopping center, parked. That's when he showed me the picture. He gave me the knife.
No, this is cumulative to all these testimonies.
I'll allow this.
On the drive over to what you're calling a shopping center, did you have a conversation about what was going to happen?
Yeah, as I said before, he showed me what he looked like. He told me what he was driving, and he told me you need to get in and out. And make sure nobody sees you. Do you have your phone, just in case we get separated?
Was that the burner phone he'd given you?
Yes.
When he showed you a photo, was it on his phone or was it a printed out photo?
It was on his phone, I believe.
This individual, do you recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the individual that he showed you a photo of on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he show you a photo of a truck or did he tell you about a truck?
He told me about a truck.
How did he describe the truck?
He said it's a dark pickup truck, F-150.
And Your Honor, the last exhibit I put up was 13. Putting up exhibit 141, did you ultimately see this truck at the location when you got there in relation to the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know your way around the valley at this point to know where exactly you were going?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So When you met with us in November of 2024, do you recall describing the area, trying to explain where you went, but not knowing the exact location?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember telling the prosecutors, the detective, as well as your attorney?
I remember telling you it was a grocery store at first of some sort, like a Rouse or a Bonds, and I couldn't really remember. And then I remember saying, it was like a nail salon involved, and a Chinese restaurant.
And at that time, did you tell everyone what street it was on or what area of the valley it was?
I remember saying it wasn't too far from the house.
But you didn't
from the
know what
victim's house.
street,
I didn't know what street, no.
and you didn't know what town.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Specific town, city.
Yes, that's correct.
But you described a Chinese restaurant and a nail salon that you remembered.
Yes.
And then what kind of place was this? What did you describe as far as
I
center?
described it as a L-shaped shopping center. L-shaped shopping center. Excuse me.
Anything else about the shopping center that you described, recalling from your memory about that shopping center?
I remember like it being like there was a busy street in the front of the shopping center. There was I remember saying there's a parking lot area in the back of some sort. I remember saying there were like pillars in front of the stores and like sidewalk area, like your typical shopping center.
At this point, when you're describing it, you weren't shown any photographs. No one gave you any addresses of any nature, right?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, were you shown some photographs and asked during this proffer in November of 2024 if you recognized a certain plaza?
Yes.
If I may mark is People's, well, it is collectively, 4 pages, People's 249 showing a shopping plaza.
Very well.
Page 1, were you shown that photograph then of this L-shaped plaza?
Yes, I was.
Did you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
How did you recognize it?
By the pillars in the L shape and the parking lot.
Okay, there's like pillars going on the side of the building as well as down each side. Was there anything else that you recognized about this particular shopping center?
There's a Chinese, I'm sorry, Pho is it Vietnamese restaurant? Pho? A Pho restaurant. And then there's a UPS store that I recognized.
Okay, so back in this corner where I'm pointing to some orange writing, page 2, is that a close-up? It says Pho or Pho, P-H-O, and then it has an O-A. Do you recall that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall it?
That's the, I want to say that's the day he went and got food.
Did you see the victim come out of that restaurant or that location?
I did.
And then page 3, is this another aerial, or not aerial, but another Google map that you were shown of the location after you described it to the prosecutors and the detectives and your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You also described when you got there, where did you park, if you remember?
It was behind that building is where Baker parked, or told me to get out of the car, and then he parked.
And and this is exhibit 249, page 4, where you show this aerial map also of the location. There's a building that runs horizontally across the photograph. In the middle of it, is that the building where the pho restaurant was, and then there's a parking lot in the front, it's L-shaped?
Yes.
Okay. When you indicated that you parked in the back, did you see that when this map was shown to you after?
Yes.
And can you indicate where that is, where you parked? And I don't know if it, well, you can't, but there's a back parking lot right here. Is that where you parked?
Yes.
And what I'm indicating is there's a parking lot behind the one building that's horizontal in the photograph, and there appears to be some kind of grass park behind that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you park in this back area, is there a way then to access the front of the restaurant or the parking lot?
There's a little alleyway with some stairs.
Okay.
From where I'm looking at to my left, go left, I'm sorry.
Your left.
Right.
This is my right. Okay.
No, other way, sorry.
That way.
All the way, keep going, keep going. Right there.
Okay.
That's where he told me to walk down.
So I've indicated to my left, all the way down the horizontal white building, and then there's a breezeway that walks up towards the main parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you come around the front where the restaurant is over here?
Yes.
And when I say here, there's a little icon with a fork and a knife, orange icon. That area?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a circle. Did you circle that? There's a green
Yes.
circle around some cars. Did you circle that?
Yes.
Okay. What was that indicating?
Indicating where the victim was parked at, or the area of.
So if you can walk us through then, you got to this place, it's dark, you parked in the back where Baker did. Was there a conversation before you got out of the car?
Yes, he told me to. Again, he told me to look for the truck. And he said, you know, he should be in one of those restaurants.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you how he knew he should be in a restaurant or a store?
Before we left the apartment, he got a text message from his girlfriend at the time that she was going to send him to the store and where he went. So we went directly there.
And when you say his girlfriend, you meant the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you she sent a text, or you saw him get a text, and he said she's sending him to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you drive directly to this location?
We drove directly to that location.
When you got there, or on the way, he's shown you a photo of him. He described the truck. You parked in the back. Did you immediately get out of the car?
No.
Okay. How long did you wait there?
About a couple minutes.
And then walk us through what happened when you got out of the car.
When I got out of the car, I walked from the back down the breezeway. And there wasn't a lot of cars there, wasn't a lot of people. Some of the stores were closed. And I walked past the restaurant, saw him in the restaurant, walked past the UPS store, turned and walked back. As he was walking out, he went straight to his truck, and I walked back.
Okay. Timing-wise, did Baker ever tell you any type of confirmation that he's there now? Or he got notice from the defendant that he's there?
Yeah, when we was in the back of the parking lot, he did say, that's what I said, like about 2 minutes. He said, wait. And then he said he should be there. Go check.
Did he say how he knew that he should be there?
He got the text message. He was texting like in the driver's seat.
To the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 3 then. Let me zoom in here. Here's the pho restaurant. It's got the orange writing on the left-hand side of the photograph. And there's a circle right here, a red circle. Did you do that during the proffer on this exhibit on November 18th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's back up. As you walked, where were you when you saw the victim come out of that restaurant?
Can you back up?
Oh, okay.
I was by the UPS store.
Let me put on page.
I was
Yes,
walking,
on the left-hand side.
so I was walking along that pillar back toward the restaurant.
So you're walking from left to right in the photograph from the UPS store towards the pho restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Along here?
Yes.
And did you actually draw a green arrow or a line, I should say, during that proffer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw the victim come out, walk towards his truck, and then
Come out of the pho and walk towards his truck where you circled?
he was parked in one of those spaces.
Did he appear to be carrying food?
Yes.
What happened next?
He got in his truck, and I walked past and kept moving.
How close did you ever get to the victim during this encounter?
Not very.
Did you stay within that breezeway over by the UPS store on your way towards him, or did you actually step out into the parking lot?
I stayed in the breezeway, and then I crossed to the restaurant. So I didn't get really close to him.
You never made eye contact with the victim?
No, I did not.
No words were ever exchanged?
No, ma'am.
And why did you change your mind?
Because I'm not that person.
So at that point then, did the victim, Fabio, did you see him actually drive away?
Nope.
What did you do?
I kept walking to the back of the alley and got back in the car with Baker.
Did you go the same way that you'd gone before from the parking lot? Did you retrace your steps in the photograph, and this was page 4, from the building and back around the building to where Baker was parked?
Yes.
He was still there waiting for you?
Yes, in a different parking space.
And when you had described this parking lot, you originally said a Chinese restaurant, and this is before you saw any photos, and a nail salon. When you say Chinese restaurant, is that the restaurant you were referring to, the pho?
Yes.
And then right down, about 2 doors down, there's a nail salon?
Yes.
All right. When you got back to the car then, what happened?
I told him I couldn't do it. He asked what happened. I told him I couldn't do it. I was like, can't be done.
What did he say to you?
He said, it's all right. I'll let her know.
And who was her?
The defendant.
Sustained.
Did he tell you what he was going to do when you said I couldn't do it? What did he say?
He says, all right, don't worry about it. I'll let her know.
Did he say who he meant or who he was referring to as her,
His girlfriend at the time.
which was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him text on his phone while you were sitting in that back parking lot?
As we drove away.
I'm sorry, what was that?
As we drove away.
Did he make any calls in your presence?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who he was texting?
I had an idea.
Well, how did you have an idea?
Sustained.
Because from
Did he tell you who he was texting?
I had an idea who he was texting. He said the defendant. I'll let her know. That's the only person he had been talking to most of that time.
Your Honor, I motion to strike Alfred as non-responsive to the presentation, not hearsay, but speculation.
Denied.
Did you drive directly back to Baker's apartment then?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, after he said he would text her and let her know, did you have any more conversations about this, what had just occurred?
No. I didn't.
How were you feeling at this point?
ashamed and relieved. In my mind, I was like, okay, this isn't going down. We're gonna get some food later tomorrow. We're gonna just kick it for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, can't happen. Not doing it. He can get somebody else to do it, if at all. That's what I was thinking.
Did you think, as far as your role and what they'd asked you to do, that it was over now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Baker during that conversation, like, I'm not going to do it ever?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Did he tell you if he was going to meet with her or talk to her, meaning the defendant, directly?
No.
The rest of that night then, did you see, or, well, let me ask you this. The rest of that night then, did you hang out with Baker? Was he with you?
Yeah.
Was he texting?
Periodically, yes.
And you mentioned this earlier, though. During this time frame, did he have any other women that you knew that he was involved with during this whole period, late 2016 into January 2017, other than the defendant?
No.
All right. That particular day on the 22nd, do you know if he was communicating with the defendant throughout the entire day of January 22nd, 2017?
Do I know?
Do you know if he was communicating with her throughout the whole day?
No foundation on speculation.
So roll.
Based on the conversation of going to the store, I had figured out that he had been texting her most of the day.
Okay.
Stricken.
Now, the rest of the night, anything happened the rest of that night?
I watched TV and went to sleep.
Okay. And did you ever see Baker leave the apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if he left?
Not until the morning time.
I guess my question is, do you know if he left that night?
No, I do not.
Now the morning of January 23rd, 2017, what time did you wake up?
Probably about 10 or so.
When you woke up, was Rob Baker home?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he was?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you see him?
Yes.
He came home?
Yes.
When did he come home?
A little after 1 or so. Told me he went to the gym.
He told you he went to the gym?
Yes.
And by the way, did he tell you about any injuries he had gotten at the gym, or he hit his hand, anything like that?
No.
Did you see him bleeding from his hand?
No.
Did you see a towel wrapped around his hand, anything like that?
No.
And when you got there on the 22nd, had you observed any injuries to Baker's hands the day you flew in, the day before?
No.
Now, he'd gone to the gym. Did he tell you if he saw the defendant at the gym?
No.
So this is around 1. You got up at what time? You said 10-ish?
Probably about 10-ish.
When he came home then at 1, what did he say, if anything?
Said, went to the gym. Made sure I was seen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Made sure I was seen.
Make sure I was seen? What does that mean?
I'm assuming he went to the gym so people could see him at the gym.
Oh, he said to you to make sure I was seen?
I believe.
Okay. But he didn't explain what that meant?
No.
Well, at this point, you don't have any idea, at this point, when you woke up, that there was going to be a murder that day, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
So did you ask him, what do you mean to make sure I was seen?
No.
What happened next? What did he say next?
I don't really remember much of that conversation, honestly.
So at some point, a plan gets put into motion that on January 23rd, 2017, you're going to be part of it, of killing Fabio Sementilli. How did that happen?
That is facts not in evidence yet, Your Honor.
Sustain.
On January 23rd, 2017, did you formulate or have a conversation with Baker about a plan
He,
to kill Fabio?
no, I don't. Not that I can recall a whole plan when he got home. It wasn't until later that day where he said, she's going to go to the store and he's going to be home alone.
That's what he told you?
That's what he told me. And then it was a nonverbal look I gave him. Like, I was like, I'm okay. And he said, what if I go? You come with me.
What did you take that to mean?
That he was going to go through with it.
Through with what?
The killing of the victim.
Prior to this conversation, had Baker ever indicated that he was going to be the one that participated in the actual killing of Fabio?
No.
Okay. So he's now volunteering to do it with you.
Yes.
But at this point, when you woke up, you thought it was over and it wasn't happening, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So what happened what did you say when he said that?
I didn't say anything.
Did
He
he
said-
tell you how he knew that she was going to go to the store and that Fabio was going to be home alone?
No, he said it was a text he got. He kind of jolted. He said, yo, he's home alone. You can go now. And I explained that was that nonverbal look of, I'm not doing this. And he said, what if I go and you just come with me? And he asked me what size I wear and just gave me some clothes to put on.
Did this then, for you, this plan now that, why don't I go, did this happen quickly?
Yes.
Did Baker ever tell you that earlier, while he'd been out and you'd been at the apartment, he had met the defendant at Target?
No.
Did he tell you he even went to Target?
No.
So he gave you something. What did he give you? You said he asked you what size you were. What did he give you?
He gave me a jacket or pullover hoodie, sweatpants, and shoes.
Did he say why he was giving you that?
No.
Exhibit 19, page 7. The clothing that you already identified as you and the person in the back, is that the clothes that Baker gave you to wear during this time on January 23rd, 2017 after 1 o'clock?
Yes.
And he gave you, you said shoes?
Yes.
Did you ask him, why are you giving me these clothes?
I did. And he just looked at me with the stop playing with me and put them on. And I just did it.
You put the clothes on.
I just put them on.
Sweatshirt, sweatpants, and tennis shoes.
Yes.
What about Baker? What was he wearing? What we saw in the photograph just there?
Yes.
It was like a Sean John sweatshirt.
Yes.
Okay. What else did he tell you about leaving to go there?
Said she's going to go to the store. We have a small window.
He used the word small window.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything further about why it was a small window?
I don't recall. Wait. said because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Did he say who that somebody was?
He didn't say who it was.
We have a small window because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Yes.
And he was referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you,
It's this thing.
do you know who he was referring to?
Objection, no foundation.
This thing.
Did he tell you who he was referring to?
As far as
Well, first of all, how did he tell you that he knew somebody might come to the house, if he told you at all?
I think, if I recall, I think that's when I found out that he had a kid.
Who had a kid?
The victim did.
How did
And
you
he put-
find out he had a kid?
As we were going down as we were leaving his apartment, he let me know somebody, like, his kid might come back, might not. And then he put me in the trunk. And then I got in the trunk, and I was in the trunk for a while. And I remember he backed up close to a bush and let me out of the trunk, gave me the knife. He looked at me, he said, "Are you with me?" And like a dummy, I said, "Yeah," and I just followed him.
When you drove over there, you said he put you in the trunk?
Yes,
Okay. How long did you, was it a short drive?
yes.
Do you know why, did he tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He told me he told me he didn't want me seen.
Did he elaborate on seen by who?
No, he just said he didn't want me seen.
Did Baker tell you if he knew if there were any cameras in that neighborhood or at the house that could catch you on camera?
There's cameras at the house.
He told you that? Is that a yes?
Yes,
What did he tell you about the cameras at the house?
he told me the cameras at the house.
Anything else?
No,
Did he tell you if there was a plan to make sure you weren't caught on those cameras at the house?
no,
Were you concerned about there being cameras at the house?
I was.
Excuse me. Overruled.
You were? Did you take any precautions so that you weren't viewed on these cameras at the house?
He told me to cover my face.
Okay. Did he tell you at that time that he was going to take the DVR system connected to the house?
No.
I'm sorry, counsel. Don't raise your voice to me. It's overruled. It's overruled.
Since that's not in evidence.
Overruled.
No,
But he told you that the small window, because a kid might come back or might not. Is that what your knowledge was, that you had to get in and out because a kid could show up?
yes,
Up until that point, did you know that the victim or the defendant had kids?
I did not.
So on the
Told-
way over, on the way over there then, where did you park, or where did Baker park?
Back parking lot. There was a store not too far from there. It's like a bush type, parked close to a bush. I remember going through a bush and entering some type of cul-de-sac where there was a house, and we started running up the hill.
So that video, or the still shot that I showed you, People's 19, you indicated is that one of the streets that you were running up towards the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you know this neighborhood? Would you even know the streets?
No,
How long had you been running in that neighborhood before you got to the house? Was it a long run?
it was a run.
So did you park fairly far away from the house?
Yes,
Or Baker parked there?
yes. Baker parked there.
When you're rounding this corner here, is that the hill? Did you run up a hill then?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that he gave you a knife. How did that go down?
He gave me a knife. He said,
When
"Here,
was
take
that?
this." When I got out of the trunk.
And that was, as you testified earlier, what you referred to as a hunting knife?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see his knife?
No.
Did you have any conversations about who was going to do what once you got into the house?
Yes.
Where did that conversation happen? Meaning, where were you when you had this conversation?
When we got when we got to the driveway, he said the door should be open. He opened the front door and I followed him in. And in the hallway of the entrance of the door, he said he should be out back. He told me to stay low, and he creeped ahead and made sure he wasn't seen. And then he opened the door. He said on the count of 3, on the count of 3, he's gonna hold him down. And he opened the door and he held his mouth, couldn't scream. And he started stabbing him. I'm sorry. And I stabbed him once. And then he left and started running through the house and told me to go get in the car because he knew the car was in the garage.
All right, I'm going to stop you there for a minute.
I'm so sorry.
People's 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize the entrance to the house? It's Exhibit 7, page 11, which is up on the screen.
You okay to go on, Mr. Austin?
Guys, give me a minute. I'm cool. I can do this. Yes. Yes. I recognize.
Did you and Baker then, you testified you entered through the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at Exhibit 7, page 11, the left, 7, page 11, is the front door in the middle of the house right here to the left of the truck? Is that how you entered to get to the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 7. Page 69, do you recognize that as the front door of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Baker told you, as you're headed up there, as you testified, that the front door is going to be unlocked.
I said the front door should be open,
Should be open.
meaning unlocked.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
He told me, he said she's gonna leave the door unlocked.
When you got, and when he said she, did he tell you who she was?
The defendant.
When you got to the front door, was it unlocked?
It was indeed unlocked.
Exhibit 7, and it's 46 is the page on the left corner. You see the front door in the back of the photograph. Do you remember walking in this door and coming through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go straight to the area that ultimately was the back patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go into any rooms before that, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Exhibit 7, page 30 in the left corner. Do you recognize this area of the kitchen with the door leading outside?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went into the house with Baker, are you together, meaning you're walking together? He's in your view as well. He hasn't gone to other rooms.
No, ma'am.
Did he go straight to this door that led to the back patio?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Prior, you said you testified that Baker told you where the victim was going to be. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what exactly did he tell you?
He said he should be out back on the patio.
And did you go out back on the patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been in this house now. You've been in it before, correct?
Yes.
That back patio, was it the same back patio that the defendant had shown you months before when you were at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went out the door, were you behind Rob?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us first, what's the first thing you saw as far as the victim outside?
He was sitting. I remember the pool.
Exhibit 8, 6. You came out this door, white door, and you could you see the victim before you actually walked out the door?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Was he sitting in this patio area, which is indicated with the lights up top?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he facing the kitchen or the door from where you and Baker were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to see you guys coming?
Not until not until Baker got close to him and he tried to yell.
What was he doing when you came through the door?
Sitting. He
Did
might have been smoking a cigar. I don't really remember. He was sitting.
Okay.
Counsel, let me interrupt you. Let's take our lunch recess until 1:30. The admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or to form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. On the record, Mr. Sementilli, defendant, is present. All counsel are present, jury, and alternates are present. Good afternoon. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath. People may continue.
Thank you. When we broke before lunch, we were just talking about the point when you and Mr. Baker went through that kitchen door, patio door onto the patio. Exhibit 8 on the screen then. Just to go back, did you see, can you tell from here, do you know where the victim was sitting when you first saw him?
I know he was sitting in a chair facing the door.
So there's 2 chairs on the right side, one of those 2 chairs, do you believe?
Yes.
Okay, and he was facing the front door?
Yeah. Well,
I
the
mean-
patio door.
All right, now, here's another angle, and this is Exhibit 8. It's got a page 8 in the bottom left corner. This is the door that leads to the kitchen, correct?
That is correct.
And you both came through that door, you were behind Baker?
Yes.
Now, I do have to ask you to walk through what happened when you came through that door.
Baker had covered his mouth and started stabbing him, and I had covered his eyes. And I stabbed him once.
Did Baker say anything during all of this?
No.
And did you see where Baker was stabbing him?
He just started in like the mid area and everywhere. I closed my eyes after. I had closed my eyes after he started stabbing him. After I stabbed him once, and then I pulled the knife out, and then he started running toward the house.
So you recall then that you stabbed him one time. Where was that at on his body?
And on the neck.
Was he still seated in the chair?
Yes.
Did he ever get up from the chair that you recall while this was going on?
No.
Is it fair to say it happened quickly?
Yes.
Now, were you simultaneously, your stab was occurring at the same time that Baker was stabbing him?
Yes.
Could you tell where on the body Baker was stabbing him?
Mid area, neck area. Then he went lower. Like I said, I closed my eyes. I didn't really see a whole lot.
Did you ever hear the victim, Fabio, say anything?
No.
During the entire episode when you're outside on the patio, did Baker say anything to you once you're already on the patio and you were stabbing the victim?
No.
Baker ran back into the same door, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you follow him in there?
Yes.
What happened immediately after the stabbing?
He told me to go in the garage.
Did you know how to get to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know how to get to the garage?
It's the layout of the house.
Is that from your last time that you've been in the house, you knew where the garage was?
Well, when we came through the front door, we passed the garage.
Okay, so you knew where the garage was.
Yes.
Did you go straight from the patio then to the garage?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 14. There's 2 photographs here. Is that the garage that you went into?
Yes.
Now, when you said go to the garage, did you know why you were going to the garage?
Yes.
Why?
Because prior to going up there, he said that he just bought a brand new Porsche. This is, again, before I even got on the plane. So he knew that there was a car going to be in the garage.
So before you ever came to LA on January 22nd, 2017, Baker told you that the victim, Fabio, had a new Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other conversation about this Porsche before you came to LA, other than the fact that Fabio had bought a new Porsche?
He asked me if I could drive stick
When did he ask you that?
on the phone in December, I think.
the plan then for you, before you went to the house, was the plan then for you to drive the victim's car out of the house?
At one point,
At what point was that the plan? If you know.
I don't remember, but I do know he was like, "Can you drive stick?" Which gave me the assumption, that he wanted me to drive, but I didn't. I was like, no.
Okay, so this is in the early stages in December 2016, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now during that time frame though,
Talk a little more into the.
I apologize. I apologize.
during that time frame though, you didn't have a plan where this murder was even going to be committed?
No.
Okay, but at that time frame, he still asked you if you could drive a stick.
Yes.
When you're going up to the house to commit this murder on January 23rd, 2017, did you know that day that you're going to the house that the plan was to leave in the victim's car?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Baker told me prior to putting me in the trunk. He let me know that he's home by himself, and so the car should be in the garage. The car that he had mentioned in December. And then when we got, like I said, prior to putting me in the trunk, he's telling me all this and said, just get in the car. After the event took place, he said, get in the car. So in my mind, he was planning to drive out of there.
Did he tell you, and when you say get in the car, you're now talking about the Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that day on the 23rd, you're going up the hill to the house, there's been a conversation about the Porsche. Did he tell you anything about the fact that you're going to drive the Porsche away, or where the keys were, or anything of that nature?
No, but he seemed to know where everything was.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be stricken as speculation.
Stricken.
Did he tell you if he knew where the keys would be?
No.
Now, prior to going to the house, did he ever talk to you about a safe?
Yes.
What did he tell you about a safe?
He said that they have a safe, and that I'm going to get her to give me the code to the safe or leave it open. That's what I remember hearing.
Okay. And when he was referring to her, who did he say he was talking about?
The defendant.
That he was going to get her to give the code to him or leave it open?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was kept in the safe? Were you ever told?
No. No, I was told. I was told that he collects things. So he
Who
also
told you
said,
that?
Baker told me that. He also said that you got to make it look like a robbery.
Baker told you that.
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
When he got in the car, actually. And a little bit prior.
Now, we've talked about two cars. When you got in the car to go to the location, or when you're about to leave after the murder? Which car are you talking about?
That came up on the way, and then when he got in the car with a pillowcase, he began to make it look like a robbery.
Okay. So after the stabbing, you went straight to the garage. Did you get in the car?
I got in the car.
And the photo you're looking at up on the Exhibit 7, was the Porsche parked in that garage?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it parked facing in, like facing the door to the house, or was it parked facing out?
I was backed into the garage.
Did you go straight to the car and get in?
Yes.
And where did you get in within the car?
The passenger side.
Do you know where, at that moment when you went straight to the car, do you know where Rob Baker went?
Through the house.
And how do you know that? Did you see him?
I didn't see him, but I had heard something, so I assumed he was rummaging through the house, looking for something.
You object to what you assume, Your Honor?
Mrs. Strickland?
Did you hear something, or did you hear Rob inside the house?
I heard commotion inside the house.
What kind of commotion are you talking about?
Didn't say. I went from the patio through the kitchen straight to the garage.
When you said you heard commotion, are you able to articulate what you heard?
I heard rummaging as I entered the kitchen.
And when you heard that, where was Rob at that time?
I do not know. I did not look for him.
When you were sitting in the car, how long was Rob inside the house while you were waiting in the car?
Maybe 2 to 5 minutes.
And then he came out to the car?
Yes.
What did you see him do when he came out to the garage?
He went somewhere in the garage and pulled something off of the wall and put it in a pillowcase.
Okay, on Exhibit 7, that's up on the screen right now, which had a left page number 14, there's a white cabinet type thing right beside the door that leads into the garage. Did you see him in that area at all?
Yeah,
And did you see him take something from on top of that area?
he did, and put it in the pillowcase.
Did you see what the item was?
No, I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
No, he did not.
When you talk about a pillowcase, was this a pillowcase that you had seen before, or was this the first time seeing a pillowcase?
First time seeing a pillowcase.
Did you see anything else that he had with him?
Everything was in the pillowcase. He didn't have anything else in his hand other than keys.
He had keys?
He had keys.
Were they keys to the Porsche?
Yes.
The item that he put in the pillowcase, could you see the shape of it?
It was square-ish, rectangle, like a box.
All right. Did you ask him what it was?
I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
He did not.
He gets in the car at the pillowcase. Do you know any of the other items inside the pillowcase?
No.
Then what happened after that?
He put my head down.
How did he put your head down?
He put his hand on my shoulder, then moved up to my head and put my head all the way down in between my legs.
Did he tell you why he was putting your head down?
No, he did not.
You're still in the garage. Was the garage door at this time, when you're waiting in the car before you pulled out, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you see him at any point turn off the electrical panel or switch it off?
I heard it
You heard the noise of what?
of a circuit box. Click, click, click.
Do you know where, or did you see him go anywhere near a circuit box?
He went toward the side of the wall after he got off. After he moved from behind the car. He went from behind the car to the side of the wall of the garage, and then got in the car.
The side of the wall in the
No,
garage?
I'm sorry. The side of the wall of the garage, then pulled the garage, the emergency garage door opener, then got in the car.
Okay, when you said the side of the garage, you're talking about the left side or the right side?
The right side.
Over here?
Yes,
Is that on that side? Okay. And then you saw him pull the manual garage door opener?
I did.
Is that what's in 7? It's hanging down from the ceiling right above where the Porsche would have been parked?
Yes.
Okay. Did the garage door, was he able to get the garage door open?
Yes.
Then what happened after that?
He started the car and drove out of the driveway. And once he hit the street, he told me to put my head down in between my legs. And then I heard him say shit. And then he just kept driving. Everything was quiet. Once we got down to a light, he slowed down and he drove straight, turned left, handed me a few things, he said, throw us out the window. Then he parked and told me to get out.
What did he have you throw out the window?
Didn't look.
Was
But it was a set of keys. I do remember holding like a fob
Do you recall throwing a key fob out the window?
I do.
But you don't know what that was to?
No.
What other objects do you recall throwing out the window?
Keys. It was a watch. It felt like I think it was a watch and like a card. It's a handful of items. And he said, throw it out the window, and I threw it out the window. And
Did
then
you
he kicked
ask
me
him
out of the car.
I'm sorry?
And then he kicked me out of the car.
Okay, did you ask him what those items were or where they came from that you're throwing out the window?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him why you're throwing them out the window?
He told me to get out the car, so I just got out of the car. So there was no time for questions.
So you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him any questions.
Are you still within the neighborhood of this house at this point? Meaning within a few minutes of leaving this house?
Yes.
To your recollection, was it kind of a fairly large neighborhood?
Very.
But again, you don't know your way around there.
No.
When he turned off the circuit breakers, do you know why he turned off the circuit breakers?
Objection called for conclusion.
Ask for him.
Did Robert Baker tell you why he turned off the circuit breakers?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him why?
No, I did not.
As he told you to get out of the car now, how far away are you from this residence approximately? If you know.
Maybe a mile, whatever, down the hill to the light, next to a grocery store, through an alley. So yeah, maybe like 0.5 miles.
When you got out of the car, did you recognize where you were?
No.
You heard him state shit while you're driving. Do you know what that was in reference to?
No, not until after.
Well, did you determine after what that was in reference to?
Yes.
What was that?
Objection, no foundation, how you determine.
Sustained.
Did you come to learn later why Rob Baker stated shit? Did he tell you why he said that?
He told me later on the phone that his daughter came home.
That whose daughter came home?
He said his daughters came home. The victim's daughter came home.
The victim's daughter came home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is your head down the whole time as you're driving away from the residence?
Yes.
Were you able to see any cars that passed you?
No.
When you got dropped off then, did you have your burner phone with you on this day?
No.
And that's the burner phone he gave you the day before when you arrived at the airport, is that right?
That is right.
Why didn't you take it this time?
He told me not to.
Do you know if Baker had a phone with him?
I don't.
So when he dropped you off, he said, get out of the car. Where did Baker go?
I have no idea.
So what was the plan?
I have no idea.
So what happened?
Once I got out of the car, I just started running through a neighborhood, and I ran and ran and ran, and I had realized that I had a knife on me, and then I buried it, and then I ended up on the main street, and then I kept running until I saw a bus stop, and I was getting ready to rest there, and then Baker pulled up in a different car, and I got in. And then I told me to put my head down again.
Did you have a discussion with Baker on where he was to find you once he told you to get out of the car?
No.
Do you know where he took that Porsche?
No, I do not.
How much time passed until Baker found you near this bus stop?
Wow, maybe like almost 10 minutes, past 5 minutes. I was running for a little while. No, about 5 minutes or so. It wasn't that long, but it felt like a very long time.
Do you remember any landmarks of where you got dropped out of the car or any landmarks of where you ran?
I remember I got dropped off by a tunnel that led into another neighborhood. And then I remember running and turning into the neighborhood, and just I ran straight. Then I went down a dead end, and then I turned around, and I kept running straight. Turned right, and I kept going straight again until I turned to a left. As I'm running, I'm trying to figure out where the main road is. And once I figured out where the main road is, I turned left. And then I ended up on the main road.
Do you know what that main road is?
Might have been Winnetka.
All right. You talked about a tunnel. If I may mark these people's 250 and exhibit a Google Map photo of what appears to be a freeway with a tunnel.
All right.
250? Do you recognize that as the tunnel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Now, in November, again, of 2024, were you shown this photo after you described it, and then identified at that time as the tunnel in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that still fairly in the neighborhood, again, it's a big neighborhood where the Sementillis lived?
I would say so. After crossing a main street,
As far as burying the knife, where did you bury it?
in a bush by a pole somewhere.
Was it related to this tunnel at all?
What do you mean?
Was it in relation to the area right around this tunnel in 250?
Where I buried the knife?
Yes.
No. It was a little further after I got out and ran through that tunnel.
Now, on February 26th, just last week, did you go out with some detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division, LAPD, in an attempt to try to locate the area where you had buried that knife 8 years ago?
I did.
Did you walk them through the best you can remember your path of travel to where you believe was the area where you buried it?
Yes.
Did it look the same to you?
No.
What was different?
A couple houses under construction. A couple driveways were different.
Did you see the
It was
area?
high noon, so it wasn't the time of day either. So I think that place, I didn't really remember anything.
Did you see the area where you believe the bushes had been where you had buried the knife? Were you able to locate that area?
The area itself,
Yes.
yes, I believe I was, but I don't think the bushes are there anymore.
So did you find the knife?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also said that Baker then picked you up, minutes later, 5-10 minutes later, near a bus stop. How did you know to go to a bus stop? Why
That's-
did you go to the bus stop?
Because I wanted to take a rest and get rid of my clothes.
When he told you to get out of the car, did you know how at that moment you were going to meet back up with Rob Baker?
I did not.
But he found you.
He found me.
When he came back, you said, I believe you said, was it approximately 10 minutes later?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. What was he driving at that time?
The rental he picked me up in.
My name Mark is People's 251, a photograph of a Nissan Versa note. Do you recognize that car?
I do,
How do you recognize that?
because that's the car he picked me up in.
Is this the same car that you went to the scene with when he put you in the trunk?
Yes,
And you'd parked that car somewhere in the neighborhood, you weren't sure where, before the murder, right?
yes.
Now, when
Well,
you,
it was at a grocery store, like prior, like I said. Yeah, in the back, in like a back parking lot area.
okay, somewhat of a distance from the Sementilli house.
Yes, ma'am.
When he picked you up in that car, did he say anything about where the Porsche was?
No, he did not.
Okay, so what did you guys do next?
He told me to take off all my clothes, and I did so. And then I remember he dipped into a neighborhood and dumped them in a trash can. And then we drove back to his apartment.
When you say take off all my clothes, was that the sweatshirt?
Yes,
Was that the sweatpants?
yes.
And what about the tennis shoes or the shoes?
The shoes as well.
What did he do with his clothes?
He took all his clothes off too and threw them in the dumpster
And that was a dumpster within the neighborhood?
within some neighborhood.
Do you even know where you were at that point?
No,
Do you know if he dumped anything else in that dumpster?
I don't. I know he balled everything up to the best he could and just tossed it in the trash can.
What about that pillowcase that you said he came to the car with filled with some objects? Do you know what he did with that?
He might have balled that up with. I don't
This is
recall.
what you know. Did you see him take that pillowcase with those items out, including that rectangular object? Did you see him do anything with those items?
No,
Do you ever know what happened to the pillowcase full of items?
I do not.
At that point, did you go back to his apartment then?
Yes,
And is that the one on Independence?
that sounds familiar. Yes.
All right. What happened when you got back to his apartment then? Did you form a new plan?
I remember saying I can't be here. He was like, "I'm gonna get you out of here. Where's all your stuff?" And then he took all my stuff downstairs. He said, "Don't leave. Like, don't come out of the room." And I didn't. And then he was downstairs for a while. And then he came back up and he gave me the keys to the rental. And he said, "Follow me to this restaurant. You're gonna park the car. And then you're gonna get in my car." And that's what happened.
So your understanding is he wanted you to drive the rental to a parking lot at a restaurant and leave it there?
Follow him there, yes.
And what was he driving at that time?
I think he was driving his Expedition.
Did you end up doing that?
To some degree, I got pulled over.
Before that then, this is the 23rd. When was your flight originally booked to go back to Alaska?
The 24th,
The
I
next
believe.
day?
I think the next day.
Did you change that plan and decide to fly back early?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I couldn't be there. Baker said, "I gotta get you out of here," and I couldn't be there anymore.
As you're driving that Nissan Versa, you said, was he following you or you following him?
I was following him.
And you're going to a restaurant to leave this car somewhere.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in the valley?
No.
On the way then you got stopped. Can you tell us about that?
I got pulled over for not wearing my seatbelt. I remember being nervous because of what had just taken place. And when I didn't have my driver's license, he pulled me out of the car and handcuffed me and put me in the back. Baker kept driving.
Do you know where he went?
The restaurant.
Where did
I'm
you-
the restaurant.
Okay, I don't want you to assume. Did you see him go somewhere or he just kept driving?
He kept driving. I didn't see him turn off anywhere. I know he kept driving.
If I may mark as People's 252 a citation detail in the name of Christopher Austin.
You may.
So did you recognize what's printed here? You got a citation then? They gave you a citation?
Yes.
Okay, and that was for a seat belt, but they handcuffed you and put you in the back of a car, patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. What happened there? Did they talk to you about anything other than this citation?
Asked me where I live. I told him where I lived. He said, "This isn't your address here." And I said, "No, I used to live there. I don't live there anymore. I live in Alaska." And then he said, "Alaska, but I have you here." Well, he referenced the old address I had from record of used to living here. And I was like, "That's an old address. I don't live here anymore." And then he started asking me about Alaska.
Okay. Nothing was brought up about what had just happened at the Sementilli house.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do have a stipulation, if I may mark this as People's 253 and read it into the record regarding the traffic citation. And council, do you stipulate on January 23rd, 2017, at approximately 5:45 p.m., Christopher Brooks Austin was driving a silver gray 2016 Nissan Versa Note, California license plate number 7PGB686, Los Angeles Police Department motorcycle officer Julio Umana, serial number 34674, initiated a traffic stop of the vehicle driven by Christopher Austin on Van Owen Street, west of DeSoto Avenue for California Vehicle Code violation 27315B1, driver operating the vehicle without a seatbelt. Officer Umana issued Christopher Austin citation number E261417 for violation 27315D1 of the California Vehicle Code. So stipulated?
Looks at the,
Received.
All right. Not to go into detail, but that was a motorcycle cop who stopped you.
I got in the back of a police car.
So, do you recall other police cars showing up?
Might have, but I got in the back of one police car.
All right. Did you then meet up with Baker?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the restaurant that he had told me to go to.
Did you tell him what happened?
Yes.
Do you know anything about what this restaurant was called, where it was?
I know it was a diner on the corner.
When you got to that, did you have a conversation with Baker?
After I got in the car,
His car?
his car,
And what did you talk about?
I told him I got pulled over.
Okay. What else did you talk about?
He said, I'm going to take you to the, well, first he said, don't worry about it, just pay the ticket. He said, did you get a ticket? I said, yes. He said, just pay the ticket. I'm going to take you to the airport. And we just drove to the bus station that takes you to the airport. He didn't drive me directly to the airport.
Okay. Was there a were you in Van Nuys, a flyaway? Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes.
Did you take a shuttle then to the airport?
I did.
Did you talk to him before you left about what you were thinking or feeling about what had just happened?
I did. I told him, I can't believe you had me do that. I'm never going to see you again. Said, and then he was like, you're good. Like, you're still a good person. I was like, I'm not a good person. Then he said, come on. And then he's like, don't worry about it. She wanted him dead. It's done. Don't worry about it. You're still a good person. He couldn't convince me that I was.
Did he give you anything at this time?
Yeah, he stuffed a roll of coins in my pocket. He said, take this. He said, this should be worth about $10,000.
When you say coins, what kind of coins?
They were gold coins.
Do you know did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
I knew he got them from the safe.
objection, Your Honor, conflict of interest.
Sustained.
Motion strike.
Stricken.
Okay. Did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
He said he got them from the safe.
Do you know what safe? Did he say what safe he was talking about?
The victim's safe.
Did you take those gold coins?
I did.
And what did you end up ultimately doing with those gold coins?
I ended up cashing them out over time.
How much value were they worth ultimately, all of the coins?
About $6,000.
And what did you do with that money?
I paid debt.
Did you cash them out in Los Angeles or when you got back home in Alaska?
Alaska.
And these coins were given to you, how were they loose? Or were they the kind like from the bank where they're rolled up in a roll?
They were in they were in a roll, a sleeve.
And he told you they were worth about $10,000?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So after he gave you those coins, did you take the shuttle then to LAX?
I did.
So what did you do since your flight was actually for the next day?
I went to the ticket booth and just changed my flight to the next available flight to Alaska, and they changed it.
And you went personally to the ticket booth, Alaska Airlines, at the airport?
Yes.
Or the ticket counter?
Yes.
And they charged you for that?
I believe so.
Did you pay it or did Baker pay it?
I think I paid it, but Baker reimbursed me. He gave me money for it.
Did he reimburse you the same way with you would use his ATM and withdraw money from an account?
No, he gave me cash.
When did he give you that cash?
The same time he gave me the coins. He had a couple dollars on him. He said, "Here, take this, change your flight, and get out of here."
So you took a nighttime flight, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And you landed back in Anchorage, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Now, when you got back to Anchorage, who picked you up at the airport?
My girlfriend picked me up at the airport.
Was that your now wife, Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. What about your phone that you had left? Did you get your phone back then?
I did.
Did you use your phone, make any calls to Baker?
No, I didn't use my phone. I used hers. I put my phone on the charger because it was dead.
So what did you use Chloe's phone for?
I used Chloe's phone to call Baker and let him know that I landed.
Was Chloe's number then the 907-401-0?
That's correct.
All right. When you got back and Chloe picked you up, then did you tell her anything that happened?
No.
Did the burner that you had been given by Baker when you landed on the 22nd, where was that burner phone?
Left with him.
At what point did you leave the burner phone with him?
Well, the day everything, I didn't take it with me, so the day everything took place, he left it at his house.
Okay, so you never took it to the scene on the 23rd, correct?
No.
So you left that burner, you never saw that burner or used it again?
No, I did not.
Did Baker tell you anything about any directions when you got home to get a new phone or a new burner phone, anything of that nature?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Excuse me. He told me to go get a burner phone from somewhere. And
Did he tell you why to do that?
He didn't tell me why. Well, I knew why, so we can contact each other, not on our regular cell phones. So he told me to go get a burner phone, and I did what he asked me to.
Where did you go to get that burner phone?
At AT&T.
And that's in Anchorage?
Yes,
Okay. Did you end up paying for that burner phone?
I did.
Did he reimburse you or pay for that burner phone?
Yes.
And again, he sent you money on the account that you withdrew from an ATM, or did he give you money for that?
He gave me money for that.
Did Baker ever put money or minutes on these burner phones, meaning he paid for the service of minutes?
Yeah, the first time. I barely used that phone,
What other phone are you talking about?
the burner phone.
The burner phone in Alaska that you just bought?
Yes.
Was that set up through do you know what a Vesta account is?
No.
Okay. Was money put into an account for minutes from that phone from Baker, I guess is my question then.
Yes.
All right. You said you barely used it. Did you talk to anybody else on that burner phone that you remember besides Baker?
I think I talked to Birdsong once or twice.
Did you ever talk to Birdsong about what had happened in LA as far as the murder?
I never talked to him about it, no.
Did you text with him about it?
On the burner phone?
Yes.
I might have.
Okay. At some point then, did Baker send you a message on Facebook suggesting another way to communicate?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me to download WhatsApp.
Did you know what WhatsApp is?
I did not at the time.
Do you now know what WhatsApp is?
I do know now.
Did you end up downloading WhatsApp and using it?
Yes, I did.
So what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is, to my knowledge, an encrypted app that allows unseen messages through your cell phone provider.
When you say unseen, what does that mean as far as using this app?
It can't be tracked or traced. It's encrypted.
On that WhatsApp, were you able to call Baker on that WhatsApp?
Yes.
And you can text as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use that app then back and forth in the time after the murder to communicate with Baker?
Yes, I did.
Was that the only form of device that you used to communicate with him?
That and the burner phone. Yes.
And the burner phone. So you never used your regular phone, to your knowledge, again to communicate with Baker?
No, not to my knowledge.
Up until that point, had you regularly communicated with Baker on your regular phone?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you talk to Baker following the murder?
At first it was once a week. Then it became like once every 2 weeks. He would just, "Are you good? Is anybody looking for you?" I was like, "I don't know." Like,
Were you good?
no, not even a little bit.
What was going on?
I started showing up late for work, calling out of work, and then I'd get another job that I didn't need. I planned my suicide a couple times. I didn't want anybody to know. I was trying to figure out how to plan an accident in the winter. I just thought about how to get rid of myself, because he said I was a good person. I was like, I'm not good. People don't do this stuff. I was not a good person. I wasn't a good person. And so he would text me every now just to like check in, and I lied to him. I said, "Yeah, I'm cool." I'm not cool. I wasn't cool at all. And so I just buried myself in my work. I got like extra jobs if I could. People needed help doing stuff, I just did it.
Did you ever tell Baker the way that you were really feeling?
No.
Why not?
I was supposed to be strong, you know. He told me, "It's like, you're good." Like, I'm supposed to be Chris. Chris is always solid.
Did you ever talk to anyone about how you were feeling, the suicidal thoughts, things of that nature?
No.
Did Baker ever give you any advice or suggestions about who to talk to or to stay silent, anything of that nature?
He just said, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay busy. You're going to be fine." And I did that, but I wasn't fine. I wasn't okay.
Did Baker tell you any plans that he had with the defendant now that the victim was dead?
One of the phone calls came right before he said, I was like, "I'm going to take her to bike week." He said, "Once we get this money, we're going to leave the country. Then I'm going to send for you. And I want you back. So go get you a passport." But I never got the passport right away. I didn't plan on getting in no planes anymore with him.
When he told you once we get the money, who was he talking about?
Him and the defendant. And he's like, we'll go to Mexico or somewhere and we'll just live out the rest of our days there.
did he specifically state insurance money?
He did.
Objection, that's lead.
It's overruled.
He did. He said once we get this insurance money, like we're gonna be good, and there's gonna be plenty of money where that came from.
So the plan was, he told you for him and the defendant to leave the country and then send for you at some point.
Yeah. Once
right.
she got the money, he was
Once
gonna,
she got the money.
he said once she get this money, and she bought a Mustang. I was like, I don't know what the relevance was.
When did he tell you she bought a Mustang?
I think shortly after.
Okay? And you said you don't know the relevance, but how did the fact that she bought a Mustang come up?
I have no idea. It wasn't relevant to me. I didn't care.
Did you actually have a passport when he told you to get a passport?
No.
Did you start making the efforts to get a passport?
I had already had paperwork for a passport.
Did you plan on joining them out of the country like Baker was suggesting?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't think I was going to be alive. I planned my suicide already.
You had no plans to leave the country.
No.
During this time frame, are you also communicating with Al Birdsong?
Occasionally.
And again, were you ever discussing,
No, this is vague, I object, what period?
It's overruled.
after the murder, when Baker is telling you that the plan is he and the defendant are going to get the insurance money and leave the country, did you ever talk to Al Birdsong about any of this?
No. He would call and ask, "Are you okay? Is everything good?" And I was like, "Okay, yeah, it's all right." And he would say, "Don't say anything. Ask for a lawyer if anybody comes knocking on your door."
Birdsong told you that.
Yes.
Now, did you know in the months after the murder that Baker was going on trips with the defendant?
He told me he was going to take her to Bike Week,
And where is Bike Week?
Myrtle Beach.
Did you know what that was?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to take her there. Did Baker tell you why he was going to take the defendant to Bike Week in Myrtle Beach?
No. He just said I was going to take her to Bike Week, show her around. So, yeah, he did tell me, show her around, show her where he grew up.
Did you know Rob Baker to grow up in Myrtle Beach?
No.
That's legal.
It's overruled.
Maybe I heard wrong. Did you say show her around where I thought you said where I grew up.
That is what I said.
Oh. Did Baker told you I'm going to show her around where I grew up?
I remember him saying that.
That's
Yes.
what he said to you?
Yes.
Correct? You've known Baker since you were young, but not when he was young. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you have a relative that ran into them in Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, I had a biological uncle that goes down there.
And was that just a coincidence?
Yes. He had called me. He's like, I ran into you.
Check, Your Honor, this would be yours.
It's this thing.
That's fine. Now, once Baker was taken into custody on June 14th, 2017, you testified to this. Since he's been in custody, other than what you testified to earlier, maybe a call at the very beginning, do you have any communication with him?
I do not.
The burner phone that you were using in Anchorage when you bought that one, when you got back after the murder, are you, up until your arrest, did you still have that burner phone?
I did not.
When did you stop using that burner phone?
After his arrest, I believe,
And what did you do with that burner phone?
I got rid of it.
So you had the burner phone and you were also communicating with him on WhatsApp. Is that correct? After the murder?
I think so, yes.
Okay. when we talk about the no communication, at one time, you were contacted by Baker after he was arrested, though.
On the burner phone.
No, on your burner phone. Baker-
After he was arrested or before?
After Baker was arrested.
Oh, after. No, okay, no.
He contacted you one time.
I think so.
Do you remember what he said in that conversation?
Don't say anything. I'm going to take care of it. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Did he say anything about the defendant being arrested?
I don't remember that.
Well, did you tell in your interview that he said don't mention her?
Yes, he did say that. Sorry. He did say, don't mention her. I'm going to take care of everything. Don't mention her. Don't bring anything up to anybody.
Did he also tell you to put it all on me?
He did.
Objection, that is leading.
It is.
Did he tell you anything else?
He said, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. If anybody asks you, tell them I did it.
Now, after you were brought to Los Angeles then, you're extradited, and I'm almost done with you. You were extradited in October of 2024, and that means you were brought down here to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point you were brought to court and you were formally arraigned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before that ever happened, were you visited in custody over right down the street here in Los Angeles by someone from the defense team?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was.
You may approach. Stretch by yourselves. I'm proud of you.
One moment, sir. days, times, things of that nature. Do you know the exact days, times, dates, things of that nature? Meaning when I'm asking you what time you went somewhere, what you did something, I know you paused a lot. Do you know the exact time of everything? Question that I asked you, the exact date in 2016?
I'll allow that.
Exact date of 2016 as far as like
Well-
when we went to the hotel.
I guess my question is, I've asked you different times, when did you go here, what time was it, things of that nature. Do you know exact times, or are you doing your best to remember?
I'm doing my best to remember.
It's over.
When you went in, and last thing, when you went into the house, did Baker tell you where Fabio was going to be?
Yes.
Oh, you have nothing
I
further?
said them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I probably might.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a photograph of Fabio Sementilli. Exhibit 13. Mr. Austin, do you see the person in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know who that is?
It's the victim, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's the victim, sir.
Do you know his name?
Fabio's Sementilli.
Okay. Did you kill him?
I was a part of that. Yes.
You stabbed him in the neck
Yes, sir.
in order to kill him along with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm still not clear. Why did you do that?
He told me to. I went with him.
So Mr. Baker had so much power over you that by just telling you, I want you to come with me and kill someone, that you did it?
He convinced.
Sustained.
He convinced me.
Okay, we know you did it because he asked you to. I'm asking you why you, well, let me change that. So the only reason you participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli is because Mr. Baker asked you to.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say no?
Wasn't a very. He was like family, and he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore, and so he asked me to do it with him, and I went.
And that was enough for you? That he was family?
Yes, that he was like family. Yes.
And you would have killed anyone for him. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Did you even know Fabio Sementilli's name at the time you participated in his murder?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you even ask?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you remember the name that Mr. Baker used? Well, the name that you used for him when you were talking to the police initially, and the Perkins individual who was put in your cell as an informant for the police? You remember the name you used to describe him?
The victim or
Yes.
the dude?
It was motherfucker, wasn't it?
That's what Baker referred to him as. Yes.
In fact, the individual, which, may I refer to him as the Perkins individual? Sure. The Perkins individual, referred to him as motherfucker, and then you picked right up on it, and you continued to call him motherfucker whenever you were speaking to the police or the Perkins individual or anyone after that, correct?
I'm going to object on vague as to Perkins agent for this witness.
It's overruled. I already gave you permission to use it.
Whenever they went along, whatever they said, I said yes.
No, but you used that term to describe Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Why didn't you just ask Mr. Baker what his name was?
I don't know.
You didn't care, did you?
I did.
You
But I
cared what his
didn't.
name was in terms
I
of
don't.
killing him?
I don't know.
You don't know. Did you know? You did not know who his wife was at that time either, did you?
No. Not until, well, recently, until the when we went there.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what you mean by recently. When did you first learn the first name of Mrs. Sementilli over there, the defendant as you called her?
When did I learn her first name?
Yes.
When I got picked up. I had forgot her name.
When you got picked up by who?
By the police.
When?
When I was first arrested, October 2nd in 2024.
Up in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And they told you her name?
Yes.
Well, they asked you if you knew her name. Remember?
Yes.
And you told them you didn't even know her name, correct?
That is correct.
And you told them that you had never met her before. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, counsel, you're on the projector.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. There was an item on the projector. Thank you.
That's what I said, yes.
And that was the truth, right?
I told him I didn't know her.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
You didn't know her name and you didn't know her, correct?
That's what I told him.
And this was on October 2nd about of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you if you had met her in Las Vegas in July of 2016, and you said no, correct?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
When they asked me, yes.
Okay. When they asked you. So, in essence, all the time that you were interviewed by the police, well, let me start so we don't get an injection of too many different items here. You were first of all, you had a Perkins person in the cell with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that person spoke with you for several hours about your case and why you were there and things like that, with you not knowing that he was working for the police, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought he was just another inmate like you.
Another person like me, yes.
Okay. And you told him the truth, right? No reason to lie to him, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he asked you why you were there and what had happened. I mean, we have hours of tape recordings,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
You told him the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, why would you lie to him?
I
Correct?
don't know him. I didn't really want to talk to him like that either.
Well, whatever you talked to him about, did you lie or did you tell him the truth?
I told him I don't know her.
You told him you don't know her.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And it's the truth today, correct?
I don't know her.
Well, did you meet her in Las Vegas?
I might have. I don't remember
You
seeing
don't
her
remember?
face.
Well, you testified just a while ago that you had not only met her, you'd met her several times, and you had talked to Baker about her and a whole conspiracy to kill her husband. Isn't that right?
You asked me if I had met her in Vegas. I told you I might have.
And is that what you told them? The
That is-
police
that
and the
is-
district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
So you're not sure to this day whether you ever met her in Las Vegas?
Again, I might have. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. And you didn't remember her name until you were arrested, correct?
Yes.
You never met her, correct?
I met her when she invited me to, when I met her at the gym.
Okay, so let's go back to that. So the only time you had met Monica Sementilli,
That I could recall.
well, did you do your best to recall everything when the police questioned you?
I did.
You knew they were questioning you about a murder case, right?
That's what they informed me.
And that your life, your future life, or your imprisonment depended on what you told them, right?
Yes, sir.
And over again, they told you, if you got to tell us the truth. If you don't tell us the truth, nothing good's going to happen for you, right?
Objection as soon as facts are evidence.
Sustained.
Did the police in Vancouver, in fact, the two officers who interviewed you are sitting in the courtroom today, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Byers and Mr. Farrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detectives. And Ms. Stiegel, the district attorney who just questioned you, was there also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they interviewed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And they urged upon you to tell the truth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them the truth?
I did.
And you told them that you had never met or spoken to Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
In the beginning, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And they asked you about the murder of the man you called motherfucker, but we'll call Fabio Sementilli, his true name. They asked you about that.
Restates the testimony.
That's overruled.
Could you ask me that again?
They asked you about your participation in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes, sir, they did.
All right? And you admitted to them that you had stabbed him once in the neck,
Yes, sir.
that you had participated in his murder, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they asked you, why did you do that? And you said, because he asked you, Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
Right? And they asked you what the reason was that Mr. Baker gave you for killing Fabio Sementilli. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember what you said?
Insurance money.
Insurance money?
He said, what I'm telling you is Baker told me that she wanted them dead. That's what I remember telling them.
You know that those calls, those interviews were all tape recorded?
I do now.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I wonder if I could play for the court, but show the court and the jury some of the language of the interviews that were conducted with this witness during the course of the Perkins procedure, just to give, so I could then question him at whether or not this is what he said and this is what they told him.
No, not right now. The answer to your question is a simple no. If it's for impeachment, yes. If it's the lay context, no.
Did the Perkins individual tell you that it was in your best interest to testify against the bitch, as they put it, meaning Monica Sementilli?
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying that the bitch is trying to get out, remember?
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, but you know what went down, you know the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He told you, you got to save yourself, man. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, the bitch going to trial, so when you get ready to go to trial and you've been in jail, what you think a motherfucker that fixed to go for trial, that's fighting for their life, is to throw names. But you know what went down, right? You know the situation. Correct?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
He told you, but right now it's your life or her life, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember him saying, I know your situation, yeah, of course, you're going to have to switch your story up a little bit, but still, you got to get this shit right before they come talk to you, bro.
As it stands, that's sustained.
remember him saying, well, you got a job to do. It's up to you if you're going to do your job. You got two jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home or do the job that's going to get you gone. Do you remember that?
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'm going to allow that.
Yes, sir.
You remember the Perkins individual saying, okay, so it was her setup and then your uncle's the one who's supposed to carry it out. So those two main motherfuckers right there, you just happen to get drug in the middle of some bullshit, right?
Which was very true, yes.
And then you said, yeah, I barely remember this woman, just seen her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth?
That's what I told him, but that wasn't the truth.
Why'd you lie to him?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him a whole lot of information like that.
Okay. Remember him saying, so they need you to get this bitch because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money. You see what I'm saying? That they already know that the bitch done set this up, and you said, yeah.
Objection.
And then, I want you to listen to this. The Perkins individual said, when did you find out this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Remember what you said?
I think I remember it said after or before.
Pardon?
I don't remember. I don't.
Well, let me tell you, because it's recorded. You can check it out.
Objection to the speaking.
That's correct.
Your answer was,
Objection argumentative.
One moment. Counsel, as he cannot recall, you can approach. You can refresh his memory. Right now, you're not going to read it at all.
okay, so you don't remember what you responded to that question I just told you the Perkins individual asked you?
I remember.
Asked and answered.
No, counsel, it's over.
I remember responding to him, but I know what I was told.
No, I want to know what you responded to him first. Would it refresh your memory? If I showed you a transcript or a transcript of what you said?
Yeah, I said it.
I'm sorry?
I said something. I told. What was it? What did he say again?
Okay, the question was,
What's the question?
you were asked in that cell by the Perkins individual, when did you find out that this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Do you remember what you said?
I don't remember what I said.
Let me approach, if I may, and show you the line that's in the transcript. Read it to yourself.
The day.
This is on page 21, line 37 of the Perkins transcript. No, I'm sorry.
There is no line 37.
No, I apologize. This is on page 128, line 7 to 14.
Hold on, can you say that one more time?
128, page 128, line 7 to 14. Can you read that to yourself? Read it to yourself. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory
Yes,
to
sir.
what you said in response to that question?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say?
I said, shit, the day I participated.
And the day you participated, you meant was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you told that individual, you didn't know he was police, but whatever, asked when you first knew that she was off for the money, you said, shit, the day I participated in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, it was not true.
Why did you lie?
Because I again, I didn't know him to be telling him my information, and I didn't know why he wanted to ask me so many questions.
I understand, but you answered his question, correct?
I answered him. I gave him an answer. It wasn't a true answer.
All right, and later on that day, you were interviewed again by the officers and the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And they also asked you when you first learned that Mr. Baker wanted him off because his wife wanted the insurance money, and you told them the exact same thing the day that you participated in the murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to them?
Because I didn't have an attorney present.
I see. And you were concerned that without an attorney present, this might incriminate you, right?
You could say that.
So it didn't concern you that you admitted stabbing him in the neck. You admitted that to them, right?
I did.
So that was okay, but what you were worried about is admitting that she had anything to do with it?
I'm sorry, what?
You never told anyone that day, October 2nd, 2024, in Vancouver, whether it was a Perkins individual or the police or the district attorney, you never told them that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with this. Isn't that right?
I never brought it up.
Well, they brought it
Until
up, didn't they?
I didn't brought it up until everything started refreshing.
Yeah, and you got refreshing when you got your attorney, right?
Yes.
Up here in California, in Los Angeles, a month or two later, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him, right?
I did.
And I'm not going to ask you what he told you, but he told you, well, to this event, you knew extent, you knew that he had arranged for you to have a proffer, right?
He had told me that, yes.
And do you know what a proffer is?
I learned about it the day he
Okay.
told me.
So let me shortcut it for you if I can. You tell me if I'm wrong. He informed you that you were going to meet with the district attorney's office and police, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were going to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were then going to determine, based on your answers, whether or not you were going to get a deal or not, right?
They brought that up, yes, sir.
Because you knew already that Mr. Baker had been sentenced to life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you were facing that as well, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the only way you could save yourself was to testify on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
To tell the truth, yes.
To testify also, correct?
Yes.
So it was at that time was the first time that you ever said, oh, Mr. Baker told me that Monica Sementilli wanted him dead for insurance money, right?
After I spoke with my attorney, yes.
Right. And your attorney told you if you stick to this bullshit you've been telling, you're getting no deal.
Objection here, sir.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right. Let me take our afternoon recess at this time for 15 minutes. The evidence implies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Christine, I'm going to go sidebar just for a second. Hopefully you can We are back on the record. Here's the Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury and alternates are present. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath, and Ms. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, so let me ask you, if I can, did you decide, well, let me ask you this. You and Mr. Baker together, and you're saying along with Mr. Birdsong, Alfred Birdsong, is that his name?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony today is that Mr. Baker, you and Mr. Birdsong conspired to kill Fabio Sementilli. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, where am I wrong?
The conspired piece.
Okay. By conspired, I mean talked about it, planned it, carried it out. You don't have to be the one to carry it out if you were involved in planning it. Didn't you and Mr. Birdsong and Mr. Baker, according to your testimony, plan and carried out a killing of Fabio Sementilli? Is that right?
Yes, that's the information. Yes, that's the information. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't see Mr. Birdsong here in court, do you?
No, sir.
But according to you, he participated in this. He advised you. He coached you. He knew all about it, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony then that the only thing that changed in your description of what happened between what you told the Perkins guy and the police and the district attorney in Vancouver is that you added the fact that Mr. Baker was communicating with Monica Sementilli and telling you that this is what she wanted as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, you never spoke to her about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her except at the gym, correct?
And her home.
And the one time at her home. I'll get back to that. But there was no conversation at that time about killing her husband, right?
No, sir.
So other than that, all the evidence or communications, I'll put it, that she was involved in any way with the planning and killing of her husband is that you say Mr. Baker told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even there on the phone with her when she was allegedly telling him that, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't listening in, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't hear her voice, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't see any text messages, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, most of the time he was in another room and came out and told you, she tells me she wants to do it, wants him out of the way, she wants us to kill him, he's not home, all sorts of stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even in the same room with him, right?
Not all the time. No.
Well, can you remember any dates? Let me ask you this. Can you remember any dates other than at the gym one time when he introduced you to her? Is that right?
Yes.
And as long as I'm on that subject, you believed, well, he told you she was just one of the girls he was seeing, right?
Yes.
You knew he had seen a lot of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Was he married at the time that he introduced you to Monica Sementilli?
No, sir.
But he had been married to who, as far as you know?
Nikki.
Nikki, did you know someone like Dee as well?
I did.
All right. How many wives did you know he had?
4?
Okay. And how many girlfriends? Was that too many to count?
That's none of my business, sir. A lot.
Okay, but you saw him around a lot of girls,
Yes, sir.
a lot of relationships,
Yes,
right?
sir.
They came and went, right?
Yes, sir.
Kind of he used them and then discarded them, right?
Objection, argument
Sustained.
And other than seeing her once at the gym and once at her home, you had no further information as to what her relationship was with Mr. Baker other than what you say he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's your testimony that he told you she wanted him out of the way for insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony today that that conversation started in July of 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times after that did he tell you they had a conversation about that?
He didn't.
Well, there were other dates that year in August, September, October, right? This was being planned for months, right?
I would get sporadic phone calls from him.
From him, not from her.
That's correct.
And some of the phone calls included Mr. Birdsong, correct?
Sometimes.
All right. And I assume at times you talked to them about things other than killing Fabio Sementilli, or was that the only thing you talked about?
We talked about other things.
All right. Let's focus just on the killing of Fabio Sementilli. How many times would you say you had phone calls from either Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong together, or Mr. Birdsong alone, or Mr. Baker alone that dealt with the killing of Fabio?
More than 7?
Okay. So it was clear to you that this was a plan they wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you it was a plan she wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you you were going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed, correct?
Not initially.
Well, when did you agree? Can you give us a month, a year?
When he sent the money to buy my plane ticket.
When he sent the money to buy your plane ticket. And when did he do that?
January. He
You're
said he's going to send.
I'm
He
sorry.
said he's going to send me. He said he's going to get my ticket. I'm going to send you a card.
Send you a card, the ATM card?
Yes, sir.
And your birthday was what?
The 20th.
The 20th?
Yes, sir.
So how long before that did he send you that card?
Maybe a couple of weeks prior.
And you got a ticket to come down on your birthday, correct?
After.
After, a day or two after your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling me that at that time, 2 weeks before, when he sent you the card, you knew you were coming down to kill Fabio Sementilli because, according to Mr. Baker, she wanted him dead, right?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I couldn't even tell you, honestly. The person I was so far, so long ago.
You have no answer for that?
I have no excuse for that.
Okay. But
It was wrong.
okay, obviously it was wrong. But what you told the police and the Perkins individual when they interviewed you in October of last year was that she was in an abusive relationship and that's my girl. Right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And you was like, oh. Okay? And then you were asked when you first learned that, and you said it was the day you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie about the reason Mr. Baker wanted to kill Fabio Sementilli? What did that have to do with you?
Is that the question?
Were
What
you
did I-
trying to protect Monica Sementilli?
I'm sorry.
Why did you lie about the reason that you came down when you told the police and the Perkins individual that you were told by Mr. Baker it was because of an abusive relationship and you were just going to rough him up?
Oh, I didn't have an attorney present to tell them everything that I knew.
So you needed an attorney present to tell him the truth?
Yes.
Okay. and you needed an attorney present to get a deal, right?
I need an attorney present to tell me that they got you on stuff, so you need to tell them exactly what's going on.
They got you and stuff, and you better tell them that she was involved if you want a deal.
That's not what my attorney said.
But that's how you took it, right?
No.
You got a deal, didn't you?
Did
Or
I?
you're getting a deal, right?
Am I?
Well, I'm asking you, as you sit here right now, do you believe that as a result of your testimony today implicating Monica Sementilli in the murder of her husband, Fabio, that you're going to get a deal?
I signed if I testify truthfully.
Okay?
Yes.
And truthfully meant to testify consistently with what you told them at the proffer, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the first time you told them that the reason Mr. Baker wanted Fabio Sementilli dead is because Monica wanted him dead for the insurance money, correct?
I told them everything that needed to be said based on my counsel telling me to go 2 feet in.
Okay, go 2 feet in. That meant tell them what they want to hear, right?
That meant tell them the truth.
Okay. And again, was there some reason you couldn't have told the truth before to the police and to the DA's office?
I didn't have an attorney present.
Okay.
And
Let
I
me
was
ask you
very
this.
reluctant to tell them anything.
I'm sorry?
I was very reluctant to tell them anything at all.
You were very reluctant to tell them anything at all except for the fact that you killed someone by stabbing him in the neck. You told them that, right?
Yes.
You confessed to murder, where you could be in life for the rest of your life, but you didn't feel like telling him that Monica wanted him dead for insurance? Is that your testimony?
That's what happened.
Do you remember stating to, or did you ever state to the district attorney, Miss Degel, I don't know if I pronounce it wrong, and I've known her for long. I'm going to ask Mike, because he knows everything. I know. That's embarrassing. All right. Miss Stagel, do you recall telling her at the end of the day, all you care about is seeing my girls? Remember that?
I do.
And things have to happen, but I mean, what can you do for me, you asked her, to make sure I see my girls? Go home, but like I understand, like, do I need to testify? What do you need? What can you do for me? What do you need from me so I can go see my girls? That's all that matters to me. Did you say that to her?
I did.
And was that the truth?
Yes.
I mean, what do you need from me so I can see my girls? I'm a man of, I don't know what this means, depressy, it's a misspelling. And I know you're investigators. They've been very kind to me. They did their job. She says, okay, and you say, what do you need from me just so I can go home to see, so I can go see my girls? You remember saying that?
I do remember saying that, sir.
And the truth is, now that you have testified to what they need, they told you to tell the truth, I understand that, you're going to go home and see your girls long before you would have had you been guilty or found guilty of this murder.
Well, that's speculation.
Maybe just staying on the first round.
Do you know that you were facing, well, do you know that Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole?
I found out later, yes.
How'd you find out?
I was told
By?
my mother.
How did she find out?
She watches.
Just staying.
All right, but I think at some point you indicated that you found out because it was broadcast on TV, correct?
My mother watches a lot of it.
All right. But you didn't learn anything about Miss Sementilli at that time?
Well, she had mentioned her.
Well, you knew that they were both arrested together. It was all over the news, right?
Based on what I was told, yes.
And the news was that Mr. Baker and Miss Sementilli had been arrested for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you knew Mr. Baker had pled guilty and was sentenced to prison, right?
Yes, sir.
The only one outstanding was Miss Sementilli, who was facing trial, and you, who had not even been arrested yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you confessed as soon as you were arrested to the murder, but you told them that she had nothing to do with it, you hardly knew her, you never saw her, and it was only because Mr. Baker wanted to rough him up because he was abusive to her, right?
I don't.
Objection compound.
It is.
Distinguished facts not in
All right.
evidence.
I'll withdraw that, thank you. Do you remember saying during one of the interviews, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls. Remember that?
Yes.
And then I thought about it after watching your depictions of TV shows and things like that. And I thought about it, like I don't know what to, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to go get home to my girls, Heather. You told that to the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the end result is that you're testifying here today, and you are going to see your girls sooner than you would have had you not testified, right?
Objection again,
It's the
circulation.
same objection I sustained before.
Mr. Austin, you described going to the house and after jogging up the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you get to that location? Were you driven there?
To the street?
Yeah, where you jogged up and committed the murder.
Yes.
And you were in the trunk, did you say,
Yes, sir.
of a Versa?
Yes, sir.
And you were also covered up with a mask and hoodie, and so no one could identify you, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Baker tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He didn't tell me why.
Did you ask?
No.
You had a knife, right?
He gave it to me, yes.
He gave you a knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he had a knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd he get that knife from?
I think he bought that knife.
You think he bought that knife?
That was the knife he bought from I want to say Walmart.
So he bought his knife from Walmart, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were with him?
Yes, sir.
And he bought your knife from Walmart also?
I think he already had a knife
So you think he already had a knife?
at his house, yes.
Do you know that?
He's known to collect weapons, so yeah.
So
he
you
had
saw
one.
him buy a knife at Walmart and then give you another knife from his house for you to use, correct?
Yes.
So how many knives was bought at Walmart in your presence?
One.
But when you gave your proffer with your attorney present to the district attorney, didn't you tell them that at the Walmart Mr. Baker bought 2 knives? Isn't that right?
I think so, yeah. Did he buy 2?
Do you remember that now?
Yeah. He bought 2 knives.
Yeah, he bought 2 knives.
Yes, sir.
I have one minute. first Proffer, page 73. 77.
I don't object on my purpose. This is like impeachment.
You intend to state that for impeachment purposes?
Yes.
There's no impeachment.
Well, okay. Do you remember describing,
Your Honor.
I think this is a separate question.
it's a question, do you remember describing to the district attorney during the proffer that there was a folding knife and then there was a hunting knife, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, you're saying now that Mr. Baker gave you one knife and then bought another one?
How do you mean?
Or did he buy two knives there? At Walmart?
Oh, I think he bought 2 knives. But also, no. He bought 2 knives.
But when you met with the district attorney, you said he had one knife and then he bought a second knife. Isn't that right? Didn't you originally tell them that he had one knife and he bought a second knife?
I did.
And then when they showed you a knife, you said, yeah, that's the other knife. I must have bought 2 knives, correct? He must have bought 2 knives.
Well, at some point he would have bought 2 knives.
Did you?
But that night, he bought a knife. I remember him buying a knife at Walmart.
Okay. My question is, did you tell them that in the proffer that night he bought 2 knives?
Yes.
Why did
I
you
think-
say he bought 2 knives?
Well, no. He had a knife. I know he had a knife at his house.
Okay.
And I know he gave me a knife.
But we're talking about what he bought at Walmart.
I know he bought a knife at Walmart.
But you ended up telling them he bought 2 knives at Walmart. So which is it, 1 knife or 2 knives?
I don't remember. I think it's 2 knives.
Okay.
I know he had 2 knives.
Let me ask you this: the police or the district attorney or both took you out to try to find one of the knives, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is like 7, 8 years later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just recently, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was the knife that you threw out of the car?
I didn't say I threw a knife.
Oh, and
Is that right?
how did that knife get into the bushes or wherever it was?
I put it there
And when did you put it there?
when I realized I was running with it.
So you were running with it when you got out of the car.
Yes, sir.
After you left the house, you ran down the hill again with Mr. Baker, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, you drove away in the Porsche, correct?
I was in the passenger seat. Yes, sir.
How'd you get out?
What do you mean?
Did he stop and you got out?
He stopped and let me out.
And then when did you get rid of the knife?
Somewhere along the line of my jog.
And you said you were running and running and running and running. It sounded like a lot of running. Was it a lot of running?
Yes.
For what period of time?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And you ended up somewhere they showed you at Winnetka, some tunnel or something, correct?
After.
Okay. Where along that route did you get rid of the knife?
In a neighborhood.
And you don't remember what neighborhood?
Well, I went to the neighborhood recently, but I don't remember
But it
where.
looked entirely different.
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't find it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said you kept running and running, and eventually you ended up where?
Close to a bus stop.
All right, and you were going to get in a bus and get the hell out of there, right?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Mr. Baker showed up.
Yes.
He showed up in what car?
The Nissan.
The Versa?
Yes, sir.
He picked you up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he drove you home, right?
To his house, yes.
So you were never in the Versa when it was leaving the scene of the crime and driving down the street that leads to Ventura Boulevard past the Ralph's Market, were you?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? You know Taft High School and the Ralph's Market?
Recently, I remember seeing Taft High School, yes.
All right. Did you drive down in the Versa in that car right after the murder?
No.
Are you aware that that Porsche, along with the Versa, was seen exiting, going down that street just a few minutes after the murder?
Objection assumes facts, not minutes.
Sustained.
No.
So it's your testimony here today that you never drove that Versa down a road that led to Ventura Boulevard, passing Ralph's Market and Taft High School. You never did that.
No, sir.
In fact, the only time you drove the Versa was that to follow him home from the bus stop
To follow him to a restaurant.
to a restaurant. And do you remember the route you took from the bus stop to the restaurant?
Objection assumes testimony.
From
No, I'll allow this.
from his apartment to the restaurant.
All right. Tell me the route you took from the bus stop to his apartment.
What bus stop?
Did he pick you up at a bus stop after you were running?
Yes, sir.
What did he pick you up in?
The Nissan.
Did you drive home with him?
Yes.
The Porsche was gone.
Yes.
You don't know where it was.
No idea.
When you did you stop to eat before you got back to his house?
No.
All right. You went straight to his house.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then what? You were supposed to drive back to the airport?
No.
When did you get the ticket?
When he told me to follow him
Follow him to his house?
to the restaurant.
To the restaurant. Now, you said that you were in the back of a police car?
I was.
Tell me what happened. You got pulled over with red lights and so forth? Right?
Yes.
Did you have a driver's license?
I did not. Not on me.
So you were a resident of Alaska at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
With no driver's license
On me.
on you, and a ticket for what?
Seatbelt.
So they stopped you for a seatbelt violation, or they stopped you for another violation and found out you were not wearing a seatbelt?
They
You
stopped
know?
me for a seatbelt.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay, and then this was how long after the murder?
I don't know.
Well, an hour, 2 hours, half hour, what?
Maybe almost an hour.
Okay. And what happened when they stopped you?
They did their standard protocol, license, registration. I told them
Were you able to show them either one?
no. Registration, yes. License, no.
You know who the car was registered to?
A rental place, Enterprise.
Do you know where that where that car was rented from? The actual Enterprise rental place?
Do I know the
Yes.
Enterprise? Which building?
Well, it was rented from Enterprise, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Baker tell you that?
No.
How'd you find out?
Enterprise typically keeps a sticker in their windshield.
Okay.
And I took notice.
And do you know someone by the name of Paula,
No.
friend of Mr. Baker's girlfriend?
I might have met her, but I don't remember.
Did he mention her at all regarding the rental car and getting the rental car or anything of that nature?
Said a friend rented it from me. I
Said
remember
a
him
friend
saying that.
rented it? Okay. So you're in a rental car without a license, and what do, the police?
They asked me to step out of the car and put me in handcuffs
All right, and where'd they put you?
in the back of a police car.
All right, did they ask you any more questions?
They asked me if my address was off of Catherine Avenue. Off of Catherine Avenue. I said I used to live there.
Okay, so somehow they got that from their check of
Database.
you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you used to live there and now you lived in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Did you give them your address in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
and your contact information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was just an hour or two after the murder?
About that, yes, sir.
Did they ever contact you again, the police or anyone else, until October 2nd,
No, sir.
2024?
No, sir.
When did you get rid of your clothes?
Shortly after Baker picked me up,
And where did you throw those?
I gave them to him and he threw them in a trash can in a neighborhood somewhere.
Did you see him throw his own clothes there as well?
Yes.
Where was that trash can, as best you recall?
In front of a house.
In front of?
In front of a house.
Any idea in what location compared to where the murder took place?
No.
Then you end up the next day going home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You changed your ticket,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
You paid cash for the change of the ticket cost, or did you use a credit card at the airport?
Might have used a debit card.
All right. And
Might
that
have
credit
used a
card
card.
would have been in your name, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This was nothing that Mr. Baker gave you or bought for you except for reimbursing you, is that right?
Yeah, he just gave me cash.
He just gave you cash, and he gave you some coins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you felt so, well, you described here and shown some emotion over the fact that you were involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you have felt bad ever since, correct?
Still do.
Right? Bad enough almost to try and commit suicide, correct?
Attempted.
You attempted it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously it failed.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't try again.
No, I tried.
Okay. Did you ever think, because you felt so bad about what had happened, of notifying the police and telling them that Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli had killed her husband?
No.
Why not?
I was told not to say anything to anybody.
But you said you felt really responsible, right? Right?
I was a part of it.
You were a part of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't feel like telling the police who did it and how they did it before you committed suicide.
I feel like telling anybody.
And you didn't.
No, sir.
Did your wife ask you how the trip was down to L.A.?
No.
She didn't?
Well, no, she said everything good, and I said, yeah.
Weren't you supposed to be going down for your birthday?
Yes.
And you told her that, correct?
Yes.
And at the time you flew down, you had no idea whether or not Fabio Sementilli was going to be in a house alone or not, or on a trip or anything, correct?
No, sir.
Not correct?
You asked, is that the question?
Yes. Did you know whether or not he was going to be home over that weekend so you could kill him?
Didn't know he was going to be at the house. No.
When did you find out?
When Baker told me.
When did he tell you?
When he picked me up shortly after, within that time frame of driving to his house.
So he picked you up from his residence where you were staying?
Picked me up from the airport.
Right from the airport, right to the house.
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you how he learned that, or why you were going to the Sementilli house at that time?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you where you were going?
When we was from the airport?
Yes.
No.
Did
He
you
was
know
told-
you were coming down to kill him?
Yeah. I knew.
So why'd you fly down?
So I was hoping it wouldn't even happen.
Did he threaten you in any way, Mr. Baker, with any physical harm or any other harm if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No. No, sir.
Did Mr. Birdsong threaten you in any way? if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No, sir.
So you get down to the airport, and then you're picked up by Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Driving the Versa, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he takes you immediately to the Sementilli house.
No, sir.
Where did he take you?
To his house.
So when you came down, your expectation was you were going to kill him, right?
Objection as to answer.
I'll allow this.
Right?
That's what he expected me to do.
So when you landed at the airport and he picked you up, did you ask him, what's going on? When are we going to do this? How? Where?
Nope.
You didn't care.
He told me, just started filling in information.
I'm sorry?
He just started telling me information.
Like what?
Said, look, I'm going to text her, let her know everything's still good. He asked me if I was good. I was like, I'm okay.
He was going
And
to
then we
text
got
her and find out if everything was good?
Yes.
Okay, did he tell you what that meant?
No.
And he asked you if everything was good with you.
I said yes.
And that meant, are you ready to go kill him?
No.
What did it mean?
My well-being.
Your what?
My well-being.
Your well-being. But you expected at that point to complete the murder, right?
No.
Isn't that what you came down for?
Yes.
So where'd you go from that point?
To his apartment.
So we're going to interrupt our adjournment this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember, tomorrow's a half day. The evidence implies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.